He used to be the top 1 gamer, the absolute king of a globally famous game. His name alone made players across the globe, just hearing it, instantly hit the surrender button. But life is a sick joke. A random accident, so fishy it smelled heavily of a setup, suddenly crashed down, turning this arrogant esports god into a completely paralyzed guy. From the absolute peak, he crashed straight into rock bottom. Jiang Chen dragged through his miserable days, feeling completely useless and stuck in the dark. He finally died on a freezing winter day, his heart packed with absolute rage and resentment, his eyes wide open, absolutely refusing to bow down to fate. And so, the heavens took pity on him, or maybe the reincarnation. A department totally slacked off. A literal miracle happened, and his resentment-filled soul got transmigrated straight into the exact game world. He used to easily speedrun with his eyes closed. Waking up in a pitch-black, gloomy space, Jiang Chen habitually tried to smirk like a badass, to claim his ultimate glory, but that smug grin quickly vanished when he realized he didn't even have lips to smirk with. Looking down, what met his hollow eye sockets wasn't some sexy six-pack abs, but a plain old, pale white skeleton. The wind whistled through his rib cage, making a super pathetic howling sound. Talk about tragic. The former top 1 king of the server was now dragged up by some noob, bottom-tier summoner from a pile of dirt just to serve as a meat shield, running on bare-bone friction. Talk about getting kicked while he's down. His dry bones literally meeting a freezing storm. But right when Jiang Chen felt like giving up and letting dogs chew on his thigh bones, a crisp ping echoed inside his empty skull. Ding! Undying Will detected. The infinite evolution system is now officially activated. In his dry, hollow eye sockets, a brilliant soul flame suddenly flared up. His bony mouth curved right back up. No flesh? No problem. Let's start grinding. Again, just a pathetic, trash-tier skeleton. Then he's gonna evolve into the ultimate undead, Bone Emperor. This brutal zero-to-hero grind, packed with blood, tears, and the literal sound of clattering joints of our former king, has officially kicked off. A sky bleeding crimson, alongside dead-ass, creepy branches, welcomed the sudden arrival of a hideous, terrifying monster claw, ripping straight out of thin air. Down on the stand, barren, bone-littered dirt below, a single skull was just rolling around, looking completely helpless, carrying the memories of Jiang Chen, a legendary, high-tier pro gamer who used to run the server. Suddenly, his hollow eye sockets flared with a shocking, brilliant red light. Our boy still couldn't swallow the messed up, bitter reality that he had been reincarnated as a scrawny, the heap of bones, splat on the dirt, holding nothing but a pathetic, rusty-ass sword that looked ridiculous in his hand. This literal bag of bones was having a major existential crisis, wondering how in the world his life got so totally trashed. Suddenly, a massive, hairy wolf paw stomped right down, shaking his whole skull and snapping Jiang Chen straight out of his deep, depressing thoughts. Looking up, he saw a savage, blood-red wolf demon baring its fangs and drooling, leaving our boy to curse his trash luck and cry out to the heavens, "Why are you playing me like this?" His memories suddenly flashed back to the year 2025, when the ultra-realistic virtual reality game called Great Wilderness dropped, absolutely blowing the minds of billions of gamers worldwide. The game was where humanity's wildest magical and old-school wuxia fantasies became a living, breathing world that was honestly mind-boggling. Thousands of classes and hundreds of millions of insane quests kept countless gaming addicts glued to their screens, grinding day and night without giving a single crap about real life. This massive hype meant gold farming studios made insane cash, squeezing every ounce of life out of their overworked grinders with brutal overtime shifts. Our poor guy, Jiang Chen, was once a young dude who used to. As a core game developer, he was also honored with becoming a literal grinding machine, completely worn out, while sitting in the virtual reality pod. His hand tightly gripped his shirt in sheer agony, a tragic end for a genius who hadn't even got the chance to conquer the virtual world before being exploited to death by a heartless gaming club. Hair totally disheveled, drenched in sweat, and gasping for air. This young guy had pushed himself to the limit for 43 straight hours just to farm basic materials. The tragic end? He suffered from heat stroke and kicked the bucket right then and there. And yet, that heartless scumbag of a manager only cared about screaming his head off to strip all his virtual gear before his account got locked. As the memories faded, reality slapped Jiang Chen right in the ears with the shrill, frantic yelling of some girl who was desperately rushing him. He had to move. The poor girl was a hot blonde summoner who was absolutely smoking hot. But right now, she was trembling while clutching her magic staff, screaming in terror that if he didn't move, she was going to meet her maker. Jiang Chen clumsily stood up, scratching his bald head in utter confusion, while the girl let out a sigh of relief, practically crying, because this biological weapon of hers had finally decided to get moving. Jiang Chen's glowing red eye sockets slightly narrowed as he started scanning around to size up the situation. But instead of looking for monsters, our big boss's gaze locked right onto the massive twin peaks peeking out from behind the tattered rags of her torn shirt, leaving him totally stunned as he wondered, is this heaven after death? Before he could even finish checking her out, a massive dark shadow crashed down hard from the cliff, kicking up a storm of dust and forcing Jiang Chen to look away and look up. Our bald skeleton friend stood there like a total idiot, while next to him, Zhang Mengmeng was gaping in absolute horror, staring dead ahead. The enemy before them was a level 3 elite werewolf zombie with a fierce, dark red coat. Suddenly, a spark of recognition flashed in his eyes, feeling incredibly familiar. Got it. The blonde chick freaks out, hiding behind his back and shoves Jang Thon forward to act as a meat shield. Meanwhile, the dude is muttering to himself, realizing that this is literally the basic trash tier monster from the beginner village. A confident smirk lights up on a face that doesn't have a single speck of flesh. Jang Thon slaps his thigh, finally realizing the truth. Turns out, this ain't some underworld hellscape at all. Standing in the desolate canyon of the desert of death, he officially realizes the mind-blowing truth that he has isekai'd right into the very game, Great Wilderness, where he was a top-tier god. Ignoring the ear-splitting screams of the chick, urging him to charge and fight the mob, Jiang Thon glances back with a freezing glare, silently mocking this ballsy girl who dares to boss him around and teach a former pro how to do his job. The zombie wolf isn't patient enough to wait for them to bicker. Its blood-red eyes flash with murderous intent as it bares its fangs, ready to pounce and shred them with a massive leap that literally blocks out the entire sky. The massive beast dives straight down at the two of them, amidst the girl's desperate screams. Its jaws of death are aiming right for Jiang Thon's head. But with his encyclopedic knowledge, he casually crosses his arms, analyzing the weakness under the chin of this species, a mob he used to slaughter by the cry, tens of thousands back in the day. Right after counting, Jiang Thon immediately braces himself, swinging his rusty sword. His red eyes flash with a sharp light as he locks onto the target. Weak spot spotted. It's go time. The giant red wolf ferociously lunges straight down from the air, forcing a cornered Jiang Thon to look up only to see his own attack get completely neutralized. Skullface is left utterly stunned, staring down at his hands, which are nothing but pure, bleached bones. In total shock, he asks himself what the actual hell is wrong with his dodge skill. The razor-sharp paw of the beast stomps right onto Jiang Thon, almost sending the poor guy. My brain went flying for the second time. The featherlight body of Jiang Chen was tossed around, bouncing wildly, in the air like some cheap toy. Meanwhile, his invisible brain was still screaming in frustration, wondering why his power was so utterly trash. The brutal impact sent our guy slamming straight into the cliffside, shattering the rocks and dirt. Thick dust kicked up, swallowing a whole corner of the sky, face planted on a sandy beach littered with skulls and crossbones. He glared at his bare, bony arm and bitterly realized that he had indeed reincarnated as a low-tier, trashy skeleton soldier, the absolute weakest in the world. Splat flat on the ground, to assess the situation. The former gaming god deduced that this fragile body was definitely the work of some noob summoner. The urgent thing right now was to grab that sword first. But before his comeback plan, it could even take root, a massive wolf paw stomped right down, crushing his dry bones flat against the dirt like a pancake. The crimson beast bared its fangs and roared menacingly, leaving our guy totally bummed out, clicking his tongue and wondering if this new life was already dead in the water before it could even begin. Memories of his glorious past flooded back, showing a smug young man proudly raising the World Championship trophy in front of tens of thousands of fans, once arrogantly thinking he was the main character of this universe. But then, a horrific car crash with flying debris and bright red rose petals scattering all over the street, ruthlessly snatched everything away. The golden hand that once dominated the gaming world, now covered in metal plates and bandages, officially put an end to his peak career, leaving behind a mountain of debt with no way out. To get the money for hospital bills and massive contract breaches, the champ had to swallow his pride and cram himself into a tight gaming pod, working his butt off as a game booster, refusing to back down to fate. But life is just one sick joke. And this poor guy literally dropped dead from pure exhaustion inside that exact virtual reality pod, quietly fading away, like some worthless piece of trash that nobody gave a single crap about. Even after he took his last breath, those cold-hearted whispers from his greedy, parasitic bosses still echoed in his ears. Those absolute scumbags cared way more about some unharvested virtual loot than an actual human life. Those blood-sucking capitalists literally mocked the death of the former champion, claiming that a guy who once stood at the peak of glory, dying like this, must have been satisfying with absolutely no regrets. Left to rot in the dark, his furious, wandering soul reached out a ruined arm, staring ahead with eyes glowing blood red with pure rage, roaring at them to shut their trash mouths. But thanks to his sheer, stubborn will to reject the Grim Reaper, even though his body was dead and rotting away into dust, the undying soul of the former champion still defiantly clung to this city of Jiang, because there was no way in hell he was going to let himself rot away in this pathetic little corner. Driven by a burning desire to completely turn the tables, the skinny Jiang Chen clawed at the ground, forcing himself to stand up and seize this insane, once-in-a-lifetime chance at rebirth that God just threw at him. From his pitch-black eye sockets, a blinding red light flared up, and he gritted his toothless jaw, absolutely determined to rewrite his life. Back in reality, a mysterious burst of purple lightning energy suddenly exploded, completely wrapping around his skeletal body. He boldly declared that he would take back control of his own destiny. Clenching his bony fist around the hilt of his sword, a flash of 22 purple lightning sparked as a blue system panel popped up, announcing that it had registered the host's extreme, hyper-intense desire to survive. Surrounded by roaring lightning that forced the wolf to back off, the divine grade evolution system was officially activated, swearing to turn this bonehead into the most overpowered beast in this entire world. Raising his bony neck up toward the blue sky, our boy drops his jaw, unleashing a radiant purple energy straight from the depths of his skull, as the system generously drops a special care package made specifically for near-death situations. The wolf monster's eyes widen in terror as it backs away, totally freaked out by the suffocating pressure, while Jiang Chen's health bar instantly gets maxed out to full in the blink of an eye. Behind him, Truong Man is sweating buckets, her cheeks flushing a deep pink with shock at how her disciple's trashy weapon suddenly gets a glowing, epic upgrade. The beatdown is over. Now it is time to flex. Jiang Chen, with his strength stat buffed by 100% for 30 seconds, lets out an imposing roar like a god of war reborn, ready to butcher everyone in sight. The right eye of his skull face now blazes with a deadly purple flame, looking edgy as hell and villainous to the max, a far cry from him getting his head chewed off earlier. His skeletal fingers tightly grip the newly upgraded sword, swinging it wildly, the friction with the air whipping up purple lightning streaks that tear through all obstacles, fueled by his absolute determination to survive at all costs. Jiang Chen leaps high into the air, executing a majestic lightning strike straight down at the beast's head to settle the score once and for all. Following that life-or-death lightning strike, blonde-haired Truong Man stumbles back, clutching her staff with both hands, her face completely shell-shocked by the raft, dark, terrifying pressure bursting everywhere. And then the giant head of the red wolf gets sliced off and rolls across the dry ground, its long tongue lolling out, proof of a swift, instant death. Right after that, the slender yet imposing back of Jiang Chen stands tall on top of the beast's massive corpse, holding his sword like a conqueror bringing order to chaos. The low-angle view perfectly highlights his badass, killer intent burning eye sockets, casting a heroic silhouette against the glowing sky. At that moment, the enhancement timer notification bar runs out, and boom, you just took down the zombie wolf. Level 3 pops up. Jiang Chen just stares at his own hands and mumbles in complete awe. It worked. Plus, the system keeps dropping good news, giving him 10 experience points and 10 evolution points, making him raise his hands in total satisfaction and shout, "I actually survived." He looks back over his shoulder at the girl kneeling there with a totally clueless look on her face. Jiang Chen silently thinks, this body isn't half bad as I thought. She looks up with those huge, starstruck purple eyes, completely shocked, and gasps. How is this summon, Jiang Chen, so freaking overpowered? To check out his stats, the guy immediately pulls up his absolute trash tier status screen. Summon type, Soldier, Jiang Chen, level 1. Undead race, low. Grade, health, 350. Mana, 10 plus, 140. Attack, 70. Magic intensity, 0 plus 72. Physical defense, 45. Magic resistance, 150, while both attack and movement speed are 0.5. Weapon, basic Jiang Chen sword. Evolution points, 10 out of 1,000. Enhancement points, 100, locked and unactivated. No skills. Belongs to the level 1 ultimate newbie player, Silly Xiao Meng. Along with a system notification, until the first evolution, you still need 90 evolution points. Host, please hurry up and grind some points. The camera pans out to show a dark castle, clinging precariously to the majestic cliff of Mount Imposing. The narration explains, Great Wasteland is an open-world game with an insanely high level of freedom and realism. Because of that, the glowing, pink magic crystal on top of her staff proves a solid truth. Mage magic is so powerful, it can blow even giant boulders to smithereens, showing that the mechanics in Great Wasteland have endless possibilities. Like a giant ice-armored dragon claw, slamming hard, down, completely shaking the ground, or a crazy magic explosion bursting out like the hellfire straight up blasted the cliffside to absolute dust, staring down that insane, earth-shattering power. It all suddenly made perfect sense. See, a player's summon has this ridiculously tiny chance of triggering a rare mutation. But this is some once-in-a-lifetime luck. We are talking about a 1 in 100 million chance, is not even an exaggeration. This mutated beast going absolutely feral and ripping enemies apart in fire and ice is living proof of that. A mutated summon will be the ultimate powerhouse for a player trying to speedrun their levels. Destroying high-level mobs isn't just a pipe dream anymore. Back to reality, her eyes totally lit up with a huge gasp. The second she laid eyes on the glowing, insanely cool stat card of this mutated beast, she literally dropped to her knees in pure, unadulterated hype, clutching her heaving chest. She squealed. So that's how it is. Everything makes total sense now. My RNG luck is literally cracked. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen did not give a single crap about his delusional master, and instead landed a brutal, one-shot strike straight through the bloody throat of another savage wolf. The way he unsheathed his sword and stood right on top of that beast was so freaking cool. She was absolutely 100% convinced that she had hit the jackpot with this mutated summon. Just then, a shiny loot chest popped out, floating in midair to show off the wolf fangs dropped by the zombie wolf, which can be used for crafting gear and is worth exactly 1 coin. Truong Man's eyes literally turned into dollar signs, drool practically dripping from her mouth as she scanned the battlefield. Oh my god. Look, there is gear and upgrade materials lying everywhere. My rent for next month is officially saved. This whole place is a straight goldmine. Completely forgetting to act ladylike, she scrambled right up and waddled over to the fallen beast, squealing with absolute greed. But right as she bent down to loot the body, she jumped in fright, clutching her chest as she spun around to whine to Jiang Chen. Ugh, you scared the crap out of me. And here I thought he was running straight towards me. How did he kill another one so damn fast? I'm seriously about to lose track of who's actually the summon here. Still, glancing over at the level 1 Undead summoning status panel, which showed she could summon up to 3 Jiang Chen soldiers for battle, the current count was at 1 out of 3. Tugging at her hair in pure confusion, she thought, even if he's some kind of mutated summon, my summon level is literally only AT level 1. Looking at the Dophurst battlefield littered with over a dozen bloody wolf carcasses, while her Jiang Chen summon just stood there, totally chill. She could only throw her hands up and scream, okay, but this is way too ridiculous. Ignoring his master's non-stop rambling, his sinister blade once again pierced straight through the bloody snout of another ugly wolf. Swiping his sword to flick off the leftover blood, our proud skull was now absolutely sure he had fully adapted to this body of Jiang Chen. Those zombie wolves in the beginner area didn't pose a single threat to him anymore. A brilliant golden beam of light kept wrapping around his skinny frame, announcing his level ups, accompanied by the girl squealing behind him. Whoa, leveled up again. The absolute legend was lost in thought. Surviving this is definitely not going to be an issue. I just never expected to reincarnate like this into the newly opened server of Great Wilderness. Glancing at the girl who was busy looting like crazy and squealing. Whoa. So many materials. We're rich. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. So this chick who summoned me must be a player. Too bad I don't have vocal cords to actually make a sound. However, his glowing eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the blue system screen that just popped up. He was stunned, but the thing that blew his mind even more was this. The God-grade evolution system had been activated. Reading the description carefully, our skull analyzed every single detail of the system prompt. Evolution points are farmed by slain monsters. The host can bag these evolution points to trigger their own evolution. As for enhancement points, taking down elite bosses is how you score them. Right now, my enhancement points are too low, so it's not active yet. Looks like as long as I keep slaughtering monsters or players, I can keep evolving. But what's this locked enhancement point thing anyway? Do I seriously have to kill bosses to get it? Slinging his battle-worn sword over his shoulder, the former king pondered, trying to piece things together. Is enhancement meant for buffing weapons? Well, that's pretty dope. But even though I was a beta tester, I've never even heard of this stuff. A built-in system on a summon that can actually to evolve on its own? Staring at his bony arm in the middle of this bloodthirsty desert, he yearned to rise again, even as a bottom tier Jiang Chen soldier. If I keep evolving, what the hell will I turn into? Right at that moment, the system chimed, announcing that his evolution points finally met the requirement for the next tier, catching him totally off guard. Huh? Instantly, a flashy notification popped up right in his face. Evolution requirements met. Evolution points, 110 out of 1. Enhancement points, 100. Spend 100 evolution points to evolve into a skeletal swordsman. This made his hollow, bony eyes flare up with pure excitement. Hell yeah. My first evolution is finally here. Staring at the yes and what no buttons floating in front of him, the guy let out a heavy sigh. Like, seriously, it's not like I have any other choice anyway. Reaching out with a bony finger, he decisively tapped. Yes. Saw Dua proudly roared in his head. Let's see how far this system can take a trashy summon like me and make me absolutely god tier. A roaring circle of blazing lava erupted and, shooting up from the ground, confirming that the host has chosen to evolve. Evolution kicks off, and the predicted flames completely swallow up the body of soldier Jiang Chen, prepping him for the rebirth ritual. A sky-piercing, blazing golden flame shoots up like a crazy volcanic eruption, completely swallowing the skinny figure inside. Deep inside the bone-forging holy flames, his ribcage glows with an eerie, magical light, along with an absolute beast of a buff status. The host is currently evolving. Granted, 3 seconds of evolution. Protection, max HP, boosted by 80%. Max mana, boosted by 80%. And with the system notifying that evolution is in progress. All stats shot up 80%. A badass greatsword, forged from the flames spawns, accompanied by a prompt. Gained a custom weapon for the skeleton. Swordsman, the steel skeleton sword. Just like that, from the blazing sea of fire, our skeleton bro stretches and stands up, sporting a taller and way more imposing build. He smugly thinks, hell yeah, it worked. Giddily reading the system alert. Congrats, host, for evolving to rank 2. Skeleton Swordsman. The second he pops open his status window, the eye sockets of Jiang Chen almost pop right out from pure shock. Like, are stats supposed to jump this hard? No way a single evolution could give such a crazy power up. His HP skyrocketed to 653, and damage is a massive 352. At this rate, he's gonna completely wipe out the starter village. The system keeps the good news rolling. Gained exclusive, passive, skill, swift swordsmanship. You can now swing the steel sword with absolute mastery. Attack speed is boosted by 20%, making him grin. Wait, I get a free skill too? A 20% attack speed boost should cover any weakness in my power, especially since I'm just Jiang Chen. Without hesitation, our boy Tess swings his new sword, unleashing a glowing red shockwave that slices through the air. He nods in approval. Length is perfect, and the effect is pretty sick. Admiring the razor-sharp blade in his hand, the former king is bursting with confidence. I've got to admit, at this rate, even without using any crazy tricks, my combat power is already way past any player at my level. But that hype didn't last long. And Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of worry. Wait a second, since I'm just a summon, if other players find out, I actually have my own mind. Just imagining getting chased down by a mob of players swinging swords made the guy sweat bullets. They definitely treat me like some kind of freak. Even though I don't want to get mixed up in trouble finding me is just a matter of time. I need to level up my strength fast. Standing in the shadow of those sweaty, try-hard factions, He realized his own pathetic, weak state. Unlike those top-tier players on the leaderboard and those guild tryhards, a lone wolf like me has to have the power to take on 100 players solo just to survive. I absolutely must become stronger than. Right. Then, the system kept nagging him, telling the host to quickly grind for some evolution points. Looking at the pile of dead wolves, he clicked his tongue, thinking he'd better quickly find a new source of evolution points. Just farming these wolves won't pay off anymore. Time to move to another map. His fiery eyes narrowed, deeply thinking about two burning, bright icons. And there was one thing he absolutely had to clear up. How deep is the connection between me, a reborn summon, and my summoner? Anyway, turning his head to look at that blonde girl busily looting while chanting things like wolf skin, wolf bone, wolf meat, it's all money. So do aside and made up his mind. Until I figure this out, I have to keep dragging her along. See, in her head, there was only one thing: getting rich. She remembered that money in Great Wilderness could be directly converted to cash in real life, and the exchange rate was crazy high. Since the game just launched, this was her ultimate chance, perfect for farming some easy cash. Suddenly, she looks up, her eyes going totally wide as she spots his new look. Whoa, lil bonehead, how come? You feel totally different from a second ago? Meanwhile, our pro gamer here is just speechless, totally done with her. He knows for a fact, no doubt about it, this chick is a total noob. She starts running circles around him, checking out his new gear, totally hyped. Oh Meg, even your sword changed. Did you actually level up? That's insane. You can slay monsters, and you even change colors. No wonder you're a mutant. Summon. Hyped out of her mind, this chick throws her arms around Jiang Chen, jumping up and down like crazy. My ticket to the big leagues is all thanks to you, buddy. Let me just grab all this dropped loot, then we'll wait for the next wave of wolves to respawn. We'll farm their drops, sell them off, and we'll be filthy rich overnight. Prying her death grip off him, Jiang Chen crosses his arms to make a hard no sign, thinking, no way, I gotta find a way to communicate with her. Does this bum her out? Wait, you're saying no? The former pro immediately starts gesturing like crazy, and she finally gets it. Oh, you mean we should go grind somewhere else? Our boy puts his hands on his hips, totally smug. My sign language is honestly top tier. But out of nowhere, the girl summoner drops straight to her knees and clings to Jiang Dan's leg like a total baby. I don't wanna. There are so many mobs here, and with you carrying me, farming is a breeze. I love this place. I'm not leaving. Skelly starts sweating, bullets looking down. A summoner begging her own summon? This is a first for me. Looking at the countdown timer for the zombie wolves to respawn, which is at 30.5 seconds, he calculates the situation. Clearing mobs this fast means other players will definitely take notice pretty soon. It's fine if it's just a couple of randoms, but it'll be a nightmare if some high-level guild pros show up to carry their noobs. Meanwhile, she is still clingy and crying at his feet. Please, let's just grind. Just a tiny bit more. Tears welling up in her eyes, the girl pouts and begs him. But our pro's brain tells him that in this wild, there isn't even a red name system yet. Out in the open field, ganking players and stealing their loot or mobs is just everyday business. If this dummy gets herself killed by other players, and her screen shatters with a bloody, red game over screen, the consequences will be brutal. I might literally end up deleted. Glancing at the girl who is blinking cluelessly, our bonehead clicks his tongue in defeat. Dealing with a total noob player like her, there's only one way. No sooner said than done. He tucks her under his arm like a sack of potatoes and bolts out of there. His noob master starts thrashing around, screaming her head off. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Little bonehead, how dare you rebel against me? I'm ordering you. Put me down this instant. I'm not leaving. I still have tons of loot left to pick up. No matter how much she whines about her precious items, put me down. That's cash. That entire pile is straight up cash. Jiang Chen just keeps sprinting, fueled by a massive, burning ambition. Now that I'm reborn and have nothing holding me back, I can finally abuse my deep knowledge of this game's mechanics to get a massive head start. His glowing red eyes in the dark gleam, with the raw hunger of a guy who once stood at the absolute peak of glory. The first kills of those hidden bosses, and all the ultra-rare gears in this game, I'm bagging them all. Staring down, the jagged, terrifying fangs of a monster. Lurking in his memories, he locks onto his target. He's made up his mind he'll start right there. He pictures other players, even those decked out in high-tier armor, getting swiped away like flies, their defense shields shattered by the beast. At the same time, death notifications would pop up, one after another as they go up against that massive, red-eyed shadow beast. Yet, our bonehead just smirks. Sure, it's gonna be a bit risky, but it's totally worth it. Because the destination, the former god level, player aimed for, was exactly where the footprints of the giant monster were stamped deep into the ground. The area closest to the beginner village actually had a hidden dungeon. The massive shadow of a ferocious bear with bloodshot red eyes was gnawing on the armored arm of an unlucky player, marking the presence of an extremely dangerous dungeon, Fierce Bear Mountain. Meanwhile, in a safe zone, the blonde girl was blushing hard, staring in frustration at her incredibly crappy status window. ID. Silly little mung. Level 3. No class advancement yet. Necromancer class, ranked way down past 5 billion worldwide on the server. Standing at the foot of the towering, Fierce Bear Mountain, shrouded in thick fog, suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from above. Ah! Looking up the steep slope, a chaotic scene unfolded, as players scrambled and booked it, running for their lives. Screaming as they fled, "Damn it, who the hell drew the aggro? The monsters are all over us." The squad leader got insta-killed. "Run. Ah. You bastards. Don't you dare leave me behind." Right behind the breathless player, the drooling giant maw with razor-sharp fangs of the crazed bear swung wide, lunging forward with a bone-chilling roar, ready to devour its prey. The bald-headed player, who was suffering from the bleed effect, glanced back at the massive shadow radiating pure bloodlust. He wailed in despair, "I can't die. All this gear and all my gold, they're my entire life savings." But suddenly, his eyes lit up, and his dirt-stained face flashed with a glimmer of hope as he spotted a figure landing right in front of him. "Ha! A teammate's here to save me." He was so happy he nearly cried, reaching out with tearful gratitude. "I knew you guys would come back. Save M." But before he could finish, his face completely froze. He realized, and the savior dropping down out of nowhere is actually a fiery, red-eyed Jiang Chen, who's currently got some stacked blonde babe tucked right under his arm. The bald dude is terrified out of his wits, his face totally contorted, screaming his head off until his throat rips. A demon! Ah! While being carried under his arm like a bag of rice, Truong Man shuts her eyes tight, crying and struggling wildly, yelling, "Ew, ew, what kind of monster is this guy? Ah, put me down." Before he can say anything else, the system coldly announces that the player is dead. The bald guy's body runs out of HP and instantly dissolves into countless glowing data pixels, making Coconut Skull look down and mumble, "Did their debuffs drain all his health?" The ferocious black bear, having its prey stolen right in front of its eyes, goes completely ballistic. It glares with bloodshot eyes, roaring in pure rage as spit flies everywhere through the air. Instantly, the system triggers a red alert. You have drawn the attention of the Razor Claw Bear. Level 7. The blonde chick, her insides turned upside down, screams in absolute terror. "I told This place is insanely dangerous. Even level 5 players can't beat them. We need to run right now. Ignoring her, screams. Jiang Chen dashes forward, effortlessly, smugly calculating his moves. Not bad luck at all. Looks like the players guarding this area just got wiped out, so nobody's gonna bother me. Back there, I thought I'd have to clear out all those players just to get inside. Glancing over at the dark bushes, where tons of glowing red eyes are, glaring back at him, the former pro gamer smirks. Plus, these mobs are actually grouping up the bear monsters for me. This doesn't just make grinding super easy, it also helps me meet the prerequisite to spawn and farm the hidden boss. Reaching a good spot, Coconut Skull ruthlessly drops his young mistress straight onto the dirt with a thud, making her grab her butt and wail, ow, 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 mad about being manhandled. She scrambles to her feet and glares at his slender back as he calmly walks off, walking along. Hey bonehead, are you trying to rebel? I'm literally your master, you know. But the words got stuck in her throat when she saw her disciple, Jiang Chen, casually drawing his greatsword, calmly facing the pack of giant bears surrounding them from all sides. Surrounded? Huh? Perfect. All the wild mobs are gathered here. The pressure from those bloodthirsty red eyes glowing in the dark made the female mage break into a cold sweat. She forced a crooked smile, begging him, haha, little skeleton, can you please do me a favor? We should really get out of here, fast. But before she could even finish her sentence, Jiang Chen's figure bolted straight up into the sky, leaving behind only a blur of afterimages that left her completely dumbfounded. Yeah, the system. Screen chimed that he had successfully drawn the attention of the Razor Claw Bears. The former king fearlessly charged straight into the beast's jaws, while his master screamed in utter despair. You damn skeleton, why don't you ever listen to advice? Crouching low to speed across the ground, the bonehead was sharp as attack, executing a baiting strategy. He first had to pull all the aggro onto himself. He whipped around, dodging and weaving to make the roaring bears shift their target and chase after him. He calculated precisely this way, he wouldn't need to worry about that girl anymore. Then, using his combat skills and deep knowledge of wild mobs, the plan was set. A bear charged madly, snapping its stinky maw to tear him apart. Jiang Chen raised his sword and roared, determined to round them all up. Knowing their attack patterns inside out, the bonehead casually backed off, dodging a heavy strike with a single step. The earth-shattering blow of the giant bear's claws smashed and shattered the ground. Its massive body, propelled by momentum, lunged forward for another swipe. He casually leaned back, dodging it effortlessly, while silently predicting its next move. Next is the bite. Just as expected, exploiting the beast's forward momentum, the former champion leaped high into the air, pulling off a perfect flip. Leaping over the bear's head light as a feather, he lands perfectly while swinging his giant greatsword, unleashing fiery slashes that completely sweep through the bear pack. This dude locks in, pushing his focus to the bull absolute limit. With my current health, I can't even take 2 hits from these beasts, meaning my only option is a completely flawless, hitless run. Watching him kite and dodge, like an absolute god, completely untouched. Zhang Mengmeng stands frozen, her cheeks blushing red, as she mutters in absolute awe. Holy crap, he's insane. Those bear monsters can't even graze this little skeleton. But wait, there's more. Not only is he dodging like a pro, but Jiang Chen also uses the momentum to leap straight onto the giant bear's swinging arm, telling himself, I'm just getting started. He does a flip and lands clean right on top of the beast's head, leaving it completely dazed and clueless about what the hell is going on right on top of its head. This pro gamer then slickly slides right down the roaring bear's back, confidently plotting his next move, even baiting the Iron Claw bear into striking its own buddies. He knows exactly how to abuse his advantages from the evolution system. His movement speed is 2.0, while a normal, level 3 player's movement speed is only 1.0. He smirks as Jiang Chen under this physics engine. At the same movement speed, I'm way more agile than regular players. Sure, these Iron Claw bears hit hard and are tanky as hell, but they're slow. My speed advantage completely puts me in a league of my own. A massive, wind-splitting swipe comes crashing down. But to this former king, everything is completely under control. And the boat of weak points of these Iron Claw bears are there, heads and ankles. Suddenly, his swift swordsmanship skill triggers, showing a 20% boost to his attack speed. Our boy, the skeleton, drops his stance and unleashes a nasty slash straight into the beast's leg. Just like that, he glides around smooth as butter, leaving trails of blood gushing from the giant beast's legs, pushing his insane speed advantage to the absolute max. A blinding flash of sword aura slices right through their thick hide, hitting with dead-on precision to shatter their joints. Talk about a jaw-dropping sight. The entire pack of giant grizzly beasts suddenly collapses, trembling violently on the ground, leaving the girl watching from afar totally speechless. Wait. What in the world is happening? Meanwhile, our main man, sword in hand, just strolls forward casually. Since those monster bears here are completely paralyzed, all he needs to do next is strike their vitals. Looming over his helpless prey who can't even fight back, he raises his blazing greatsword high, geared up to unleash double critical damage for an instant one-shot kill. But hey, these fierce claw bears are crowned as the ultimate rookie killers, and they've earned that title for a very good reason. Right then, the beast throws its head back, roaring, as it unleashes deadly, jagged bolts of lightning. And yep, a system alert pops up. Once their limbs are wrecked, there's a high chance they'll trigger an active skill to turn the tables. These fierce claw bears can activate a special skill called Thunder Wrath. The massive shockwave, an intense electric current will paralyze players in a split second. Time to lock in. The pro player focuses entirely. A massive sphere of lightning explodes, wrapping around the entire area, forcing the little skeleton to brace his sword for defense. His master gasps, cowering behind the bushes as she screams in terror. Ah, what on earth is that? The blinding lightning bolt strikes violently down, dead set on vaporizing them. But our former king calmly reviews his strategy. Once players are paralyzed and knocked down, these beasts will rush in to finish them off. The hideous face of the level 7 beast flashes in the lightning. This brutal combo is exactly why they've earned their reputation as notorious rookie killers among gamers. Seeing things go south, the blonde girl frantically reaches out her hands, casting a spell to recall her summon. Oh no, the little skeleton won't survive this, but call it cruel irony. The spell completely fails, leaving her frozen in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, the giant bear seizes the moment and lets out a furious roar, trapped in a crazy lightning storm, ready to charge and deliver the finishing blow. But right in the middle of that electric hell, Jiang Chen is still standing tall, completely unfazed, completely unbothered. He's got that insane confidence, knowing they completely miscalculated one crucial detail. Suddenly, the system panel pops up showing his racial trait, Masterclass Paralysis, is completely useless. His hollow eyes light up with a wicked, creepy glow. I'm a freaking skeleton. Dude, how am I supposed to have flesh and blood? Ripping through the electric web, Jiang Chen leaps straight up into the air, showing zero signs of getting stunned or dazed. Coming down from above, like a freaking meteor, his sword plunges straight into the beast's massive body, capitalizing on this golden window. Right after using its roaring thunder skill, that giant claw bear has a 3-second opening. That's more than enough for a ground-shattering finisher that literally rocks the earth, sealing its fate with a savage statement. That's my cue to strike its Weak spot. Double crit damage. Baby. An absolute instant kill. Jaw-droppingly shocked, Man clutches her staff, completely speechless, at this insane, next-level clutch play. So freaking powerful, he forcefully pulls his blood-stained sword out of the massive, lifeless corpse. Jiang Chen stands tall, ready for his next target. He breaks it down in his head. The attack pattern of these claw bears is something I've already memorized like the back of my hand. Plus with my current undead buffs, he points his sword to the ground, looking like an absolute boss. The system keeps spamming notifications. You've earned 50 evolution points and gained 30 experience points. The smug skeleton thinks to himself, I can totally crush these guys without taking a single scratch, not even a chipped bone. And man, the loot is insane. His glowing red eyes flare up with an addictive, wild hype. Might as well stay right here and grind until my next evolution. Soon enough, a whole mountain of bear corpses piles up under his feet. Jiang Chen sits proudly on top of them. The system screen flashes proudly. You have leveled up. Current level, Part 4. Man squeals with excitement. Level up. And we even bagged the hidden boss too. The little mistress is so hyped, she's shaking her fists and dancing around, her cheeks totally flushed. My little skeleton is seriously way too up, and those moves, they are just way too smooth. Seriously, looking at said, those glowing sword trails slashing through everything like a freaking hurricane. I can't help but think, this looks exactly like that gaming god who's always rent-free in her head. The legendary player of the gaming world, who was the special guest for the closed beta test. That rock-hard, bare-backed posture. Swinging that sword literally makes her choke up. Wait, those are the exact same moves as the gaming god, Jiang Chen. They are literally identical. A cold sweat drops as she blinks. In disbelief? No way. Could it be? But her wild imagination quickly shakes it off. She clutches her cheeks, grinning from ear to ear, while behind her, Jiang Chen is casually dragging a massive bear carcass with all his might. Maybe this is some resurrection feature the Dai Hoang game dev team specifically made for Jiang Chen, and they actually let me summon him too. Slapping her cheeks to snap out of it, Man tells herself, as her EXP bar keeps skyrocketing. Man, now is not the time to overthink this. Just summoning him is already a big and huge win. Honestly, the more I look at this little skeleton, the more handsome he gets. With her jaw on the floor and drool dripping, she stares at the sparkling loot scattered all over the ground. Whoa, look at all these gold coins and crafting materials. Grunting as she struggles to pull out a massive bear fang that just won't budge, she mumbles, if my luck is this insanely good that I got such a badass summon. She stops. Wait, why can't I pick up this item? Well, either way, I absolutely have to use this guy to his absolute limit. Turning around, she pumps her fist to cheer him on, but she's totally got a hidden agenda. She shrieks, go get him, little bony buddy. This big sis's sweet life is literally riding on you, you know. Bony head, who was busy cleaning up, suddenly broke into a cold sweat, shivering from head to toe. What the heck is going on? Why does it feel like I've been targeted by something? But brushing her off, he looks at his evolution points hitting 420 out of 1,000, while the remaining bear monsters are cowering and backing up in sheer terror. Our OPMC scratches his chin and analyzes. Looks like he'll soon be able to pull off his next evolution, but these evolution points are racking up kind of slowly, huh? Right then, the system suddenly pops up with some massive praise. The host's power is seriously mind-blowing. Along with that comes a notification unlocking an evolution path that leaves Jiang Chen totally stunned and wondering. Wait, an evolution path? Looking closely, the guy is frozen before the flashing system screen, which says that due to his insane performance, a hidden evolution path has just unlocked, giving him 3 options, featuring a mysterious black silhouette sitting pretty, at a price of 2,000 points, making our former pro player shake his head in shock, thinking, who would have thought there was a hidden evolution route like this? But, as he glues his eyes to that mysterious silhouette with the insane price tag of 2,000 points, Jiang Chen's empty eye sockets twitch as he crunches the numbers. Like, the points needed for this hidden route are double the price of the normal evolution paths. Even so, his hesitation only lasts for a split second, and the blazing red flame in his eye sockets flares up with determination. Sure, choosing this path might mean grinding for way longer, but glancing at the messy battlefield piled high with bear corpses, our skullboy smirks. High risk means high reward, after all, and honestly, to flush out that hidden boss, he's down to do whatever it takes. Gotta completely wipe out this damn mob of wild monsters, since they're right here anyway, and since it's on the way, might as well. His bony finger decisively pokes straight into that mysterious black option. The system instantly locks it in with a glowing notification. You have chosen the hidden evolution path. Right after doing that, our guy swings his greatsword, crossing it over his body to strike an incredibly badass pose, confidently declaring, of course I'm gonna. I choose the hidden path. I bet you guys are all dying of curiosity to find out what the hell hidden evolution actually is, right? Along with that booming shout, the sheer pressure makes the 2 remaining unlucky bears break into cold sweats, staring in sheer terror at the bony god of death standing right before them. A dark, gloomy atmosphere now blankets the entire mountain peak, with black crows circling the prize. Gray sky over the border of the fierce bear mountain. Suddenly, from deep within the forest, a deafening roar echoes endlessly. Right after, a giant silhouette of a bear charges forward, lunging with bared teeth. But Jiang Chen easily sidesteps, slipping backwards before quickly closing in on his prey. In the blink of an eye, the blade in our skull-faced MC's hand flashes with a brilliant golden light, unleashing a fatal strike that rips through the darkness. The clean finish rewards him with the familiar notification floating above his head. You have received 10 evolution points and received 10 experience points. With a mighty thud, he stabs the heavy greatsword straight into the ground. After finishing the absolute slaughter, he leisurely reaches out his hand to brush off some imaginary dust from the blade, looking around before claiming that the beast he just killed must be the last monster bear in this area. But when he opens his status screen to check, his eye sockets darken at the sight of his evolution points sitting at 1,980 out of 2,000, making him grumble in annoyance. The higher my level increases, the evolution points he gets in return only plummet big time. Who would have thought he'd be short of exactly 20 points? This feeling is seriously so tilting. Tilting his shiny bald head to the side, the guy clicked his tongue and sighed in pure helplessness, then let his gaze drift over the ruined wasteland littered with the carcasses of beasts, while the system's countdown timer for the respawn of the mighty bears ticked away. 1 minute and 25 seconds, our bald boy sighed and concluded that this area probably wouldn't be spawning any low-level bear mobs anytime soon. Nothing he could do about it. Casually, the guy dragged his butt down to sit on a giant bear carcass to comfort himself. Sure, he hadn't gathered enough evolution points yet, but luckily, he had successfully wiped out every single one of the bear monsters here, well within the time limit and level requirements. Just as he finished speaking, a glowing purple notification box with fancy borders popped up right in front of him. Instead of a congratulatory message, it warned him that a hidden boss had spawned nearby. Turning around to look at the percentile cave entrance, which was spewing a mysterious and toxic purple mist, our former pro player excitedly shouldered his sword. Up next, about to hit the stage, was none other than the hidden boss of mighty Bear Mountain. Heh, interesting. Guess I gotta go see what this beast looks like. Recalling his old knowledge, the guy stared at the massive, swirling vortex of energy, mentally brushing up on his notes. The conditions to trigger the supporty 40 prees, hidden boss of this Bear Mountain region, were incredibly brutal. The player had to be under level 10, and they also had to completely wipe out all the wild mobs here within 45 minutes just to summon it. Leaping up onto a high branch to get a view, our bald boy pointed his sword at the center of class. The mist, smirking. Such a ridiculously harsh and absurd condition would be nearly impossible for newbie players to even notice. Sure enough, the boss was hiding right there. All right. From within the thick darkness of the cave entrance, a glowing violet-pink eye suddenly flashed up, looking insanely eerie and stained with death. The giant silhouette of the ruler, step by step, emerged, bringing a suffocating heavy concentrated pressure, along with a bright red title gifted by the system. Lord of Mighty Mountain, hidden boss, level 15, staring at the massive monster towering right in front of him. Our guy still casually observed it from a close distance and judged. Low-level bosses actually have a really neat feature. As long as players don't step inside their aggro range, they will just stand there as quiet and obedient as a statue. Wait a minute, do I even count as a player right now? Probably not. Swinging the shiny sword in his hand, a wild, crazy idea flashed through his empty skull. What if I just charge straight in and take a swing at it to see what happens? But right after that, seeing the creature's back covered in sharp spikes, shiver and spark with electric shocks, he instantly threw that reckless idea out the window. No way. The active skill of this mighty Bear Mountain boss is still way too brutal for players in the early game. If I purely rely on speed and experience to force a kill, the margin for error is basically zero. Thinking for a bit, so Dua tapped his hand against his forehead until he was sweating bullets. He tried to desperately search his memory. But wait, what on earth was the active skill of this mighty claw bear boss anyway? I still remember back during the closed beta, the first time I summoned it, it chased me so hard I was running for my life, eating dirt all over the map, feeling totally helpless because of his fading memory. The former king had to carry his sword and turn back, walking away through the trees. Clicking his tongue, he sighed. Forget it. I can't think of it anymore. Anyway, this guy is definitely not one to mess with. There are way too many of these early game mini-bosses. My brain can't keep track of them all. It's still better to wait. Once I'm done with this evolution and head back here, taking him on will be way easier. Looking up at the countdown timer for the Razor Claw Bear's respawn. 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 32 seconds is floating in midair. Jiang Chen stood there, totally dwarfed by the massive shadow of the Bear King, sighing as he realized he had no choice but to bite the bullet and wait for the small mob monsters to respawn first. While grumbling to himself, Jiang Chen suddenly looked down at his hands, which were glowing with a mysterious, dope-looking purple energy. Clenching his fists tightly, he couldn't help but marvel silently. Well, this feeling is honestly pretty insane. So this is what it's like to be a summoned minion. His eye sockets flashed as he noticed a faint stream of energy connecting directly to his body. So this is the vibe of being a summon. How the hell can I see this connection link between me and that girl? Following that invisible thread, stretching right through the thick, leafy trees, Skullface grabbed his sword and hurried after her, pondering along the way. Ever since he was reborn as a summoned minion, he'd always felt this weird connection between them. Just in case, he'd better find her first before anything goes south. Peeking from behind a massive ancient tree, the guy mumbled as he checked out the link. Even though the distance was a bit far, he had this sixth sense where he knew exactly what she was doing without even looking. Glancing down into the rocky ravine, Skullface was speechless. To see his master with her butt up in the air, frantically looting the corpse of that giant beast. Is she really still corpse looting over there? But suddenly, the red fire in the former king's eye sockets flashed razor sharp. Startled and on high alert, he whipped his head around to look into the distance. A group of players, geared up and ready for action, was emerging from the cliff, with a bald dude leading the pack, looking around totally lost. Yo, boss. The mobs seem to be completely gone. No way, it's a game glitch, right? This place is literally squeaky clean. Instantly, the captain in full armor snaps back. Shut your trap, you moron. Someone already cleared this place. With that, the captain points his sword straight at the cold, stiff carcass of a black bear sprawled out on the dirt, barking. Are you blind? Can't you see the bear's body? Looking at the messy crime scene, the captain gritted his teeth, completely pissed, and swore, damn it, I don't know who the punk is who dared to poach on our Beast Tiger Guild's turf. The bald guy quickly chimed in with a guess. Yo, boss. You think it could be those guys from the Fist sect? The shield guy, with the bowl-cut hair covering his forehead, sweating bullets, anxiously reports. Word is, the vice leader was just fighting with the Fist sect over the Valley territory. The guild master warned us, if we run into them, we gotta hopping mad. The captain aggressively grabs the grunt by his collar, lifting him up and glaring daggers. If you dare snitch to the chief, I'll end you. The other guy, totally petrified, waves his hands. Whoa, chill. I won't breathe a word. Letting go of him, the captain raises his mace, ordering his crew to fan out and search. Fan out. Find them. The bodies haven't despawned yet, so they can't be far. If you slackers don't find them, and the boss finds out, you think he's gonna give you a pat on the back? From the bottom of the cliff, the captain looks up, shouting in a huff, we gotta find them. A chorus of, yes, sir, echoes back from his submissive lackeys, completely clueless that Jiang Chen is lurking right on the cliff above them. The bowl-cut soldier holding his sword peers around, muttering to himself, the boss only knows how to boss people around. How the heck am I supposed to find anyone out here? What if some leftover bears ambush and eat me alive? Yo, how much cash does this gear even cost to buy? Anyway, right then, the voice of that blonde chick echoed down excitedly from the rocky ledge. We're rich, baby, we're freaking rich. The female mage clutched the glowing purple glass orb tight to her chest, her cheeks flushing as she squealed with joy. Humph. Another purple tier material. We hit the jackpot, guys. How much is this bad boy gonna sell for? But bad luck struck because her sexy figure caught the eye of a patrolling guard. Found ya? The guard barked, drawing his sword and pointing it straight at her face. Hey, where the hell did you crawl out from? The female mage gasped and spun around, while the guard squinted to confirm her identity as a celestial one. Seeing she was all by herself, he got smug and demanded answers. Who are you? What are you doing in our guild's territory? Hearing the commotion, a bunch of guys in the distance ran over and asked, Iron Rhino, what's up? Oh, there are 3 more. The guard quickly turned back to kiss up to his boss. Boss, I found a suspicious suspect, surrounded by a bunch of Ningwan, scary-looking dudes. Our rookie master broke into a cold sweat, forcing a super awkward but polite smile to try and play it cool. She said, I'm just here looking for my summon. He ran off on his own, so I came over here to find him. The captain and a rogue, holding a bow, strolled over, smirking deviously. Oh, a summon that can run away? That's a first. Quit playing dumb. Where are the rest of Cost? Your squad mates? The girl blinked blankly. Huh? Squad? She replied honestly, I don't have a squad. Then she pointed her finger up to explain further. I just came here with my summon. Thinking she was lying through her teeth, the captain turned and ordered the sleazy archer. Got it. Shadow. Hawk, tie her up. Don't let her run away or force quit to escape. Force her into combat mode. The rogue pulled down his hood with a sly grin. Heh, gotcha. We'll squeeze out where her buddies are. Where the hell am I? Seeing them cornering her, the female mage panicked and backed away, trying to cast a defensive spell, her hands shaking as she stammered. Ah, what do you guys think you're doing? The rogue reached out with his creepy claws, smirking and mocking her. Heh, still trying to fight back? I kind of like that attitude. Suddenly, the girl froze and scoffed. That was because the Shadow Hawk guy had just used his scanning skill to scan her body. Done with that, he deactivated his glowing green eye and reported to his boss. Hey boss, this chick actually doesn't seem to be lying. Crossing his arms, he stared at the girl who was clutching her staff and trembling, judging her with a sneer. She's just a level 9 necromancer. In Jiang Chen, necromancer summons are super slow. With trash attack power, hell, they probably couldn't even beat a single bear. Turning around, he bent down to inspect the battered corpse of the giant bear, analyzing the wounds clearly. The wounds on this monster bear's body on the ground are super clean and precise, just like wounds caused by a swordsman class. And most importantly, the system screen popped up with a green notification, showing that this player is eligible for a party. He jerked his chin and added, she's definitely not in a party. Let them jump to conclusions. The silly girl just hugged her gear tightly, stamping her feet and pouting. She thought, even if you beat me to death, I'm absolutely not giving up my loot. Putting 2 and 2 together, the Shadow Hawk guy concluded that the person who cleared the map was someone else. She is probably just a scavenger who stumbled into the bear's territory. The captain stroked his chin and nodded. Oh really? The term scavenger refers to players who follow big raiding parties just to pick up the leftovers and scraps, basically known as low-life scavengers. Realizing there was no valuable intel to gain, the captain turned away with a sleazy smirk, handing the easy prey over to his underlings. Got it? She's all yours. The bald guy. And the Shadow Hawk burst into a dirty laugh. Hehehe. Thanks, Captain. And just like that, the leader waved his hand, giving a sharp order to the rest of the gang. Iron, Rhino, Daluk, we split up and keep searching. Focus on finding the target. Otherwise we're a plus. Going home empty-handed. The soldier with the bull helmet hurriedly waved his hands in regret. Hold on, boss. I still want to watch Third Brother and her have some fun. No sooner had the order been given, the Shadow Owl rogue tore through the wind in a flash, dashing forward to corner the girl. A creepy grin spread across his face. Heh. Little girl, don't move a muscle, or else I'll instantly kill you. Facing that terrifyingly fast rush, the female mage was completely frozen in fear, unable to react in time, only able to gasp in panic. So fast. Right after that, the rogue reached out with his smug claws toward the trembling girl, mockingly sneering. Do you know what the most realistic part of this great wilderness game is? While the silly little lady squeezed her eyes shut, silently calling out to Jiang Chen, why aren't you here yet? The smile on the creep's face grew wider and wider. He smirked. It's the sensation of touch, but instantly, the towering figure of Jiang Chen, enveloped in a surge of purple murderous intent, materialized right behind him. The gloating rogue suddenly froze, stiff, letting out a confused grunt, fully bewildered as he felt a cold, bony hand gently resting on his shoulder. At the same time, the leader standing far away jumped in shock, his jaw dropping. Amidst the silence, the agonizing, blood-curdling screams of his subordinate echoed through the air. The leader's eyes widened, so wide that blood vessels stood out clearly. He panicked and shrieked. What? Upon witnessing the horrific scene right before his eyes, it turned out Jiang Chen had stepped in to protect his blushing mistress. Tears welling up, she immediately dropped her act. Jiang Chen, you're finally back. I've been acting for so long, I was about to lose it. Once again, the captain is completely dumbfounded. That skeleton soldier just assassinated Ying Xiao. How is this even possible? The rogue, Ying Xiao, collapsed to the ground with tears and snot dripping everywhere as he wailed, "Ah, my hand," while his two buddies behind him were sweating buckets, having absolutely no idea what was going on. What the hell is this? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen coldly threw his boss over his shoulder like a sack of rice. The shield bearer was totally lost, trying to analyze. Wait, a skeleton swordsman? A necromancer? Then, his eyes went wide as he wondered if those injuries on that giant bear were actually caused by her summoned monster. The captain was losing his mind. Veins popping on his neck as he screamed, "Damn it, that bear was actually killed by her summon. We got totally played by this chick." The shield bearer panicked. "Boss, what do we do now?" Only to be answered by an angry roar. "Hell no. If we let them escape, how the hell are we going to face the guild master?" Without hesitation, the captain pointed toward the distant mountain and ordered, "Chase them down," scaring the birds in the Panes forest, making them fly away in panic. Just as expected, the system notification panel immediately exposed the thuggish backgrounds of the Tiger Beast Guild crew, consisting of a level 12 berserker captain, along with his lackeys, a rogue, a shield knight, and a brawler who always abused their power to bully other players in the pressed Bear Mountain area. They relentlessly chased the tracks, one of them shouting, "Over there! They're running that way," shattering the silence of the desolate cliff. Ignoring the harsh wind whipping against his face, Jiang Chen ran like crazy. The girl tucked under his arm cheerfully cheered, "Jiang Chen, you're finally back. I thought I'd say, never see you again." Behind them, the captain, carrying a heavy battle axe, chased them closely, his face twisted with rage. As he barked, "Damn it, stop right there." The young boss tightly hugged Jiang Chen's neck, her big, round eyes sparkling with confidence as she pleaded, "Jiang Than, put me down. Seriously, I can run on my own. Who knows? Maybe I can even help you fight." But the bony buddy just stayed dead silent. Jiang Than slowly turned his head, the blazing red flames in his eye sockets flickering with pure mischief. Jiang Than's look made her blink, instantly overthinking. Like, is he not letting her down because? No way, right? Just like that, her wild imagination ran, totally wild. Her cheeks blushing, a deep crimson as she shyly covered her face. Jiang Than. Is he actually worried about me? He wouldn't have feelings for me, right? Oh, my gosh. Even though he looks pretty hot up close, he's still just Jiang Than. But as always, reality was about to slap Vu Fam right in the face, completely crushing her romantic fantasies. Jiang Than swung his arm and yeeted his master straight into a thorny bush without a single shred of mercy, making her screech in sheer terror before face-planting hard into a thick pile of leaves. Mouth stuffed with dirt and foliage, she glared furiously and mumbled a bunch of swear words. "You absolute piece of... What on earth are you doing?" Right at that moment, the past pursuers stormed past the exact spot where she was hiding, shouting as they chased after him completely, ignoring the random bush by the side of the Caprices road. Huddled deep in the weeds, she poked her head out to look at Jiang Than's skinny back, suddenly tearing up with emotion. It turned out, Jiang Than was sacrificing himself to lure those players away. Facing the hostile crowd surrounding him, Jiang Than exhaled a chilly breath of cold air, silently sizing up the situation. Sigh. Guess I have no choice but to get my hands dirty. Seeing 3 beefy thugs rushing him, he analyzed. their formation with razor-sharp eyes. They've got melee fighters for crowd control, plus long-range harassers, who also double as scouts. Honestly, a perfect combo for a robbery. On the bright side, he glanced at the assassin on the ground, painfully clutching his severed arm, thinking, thank goodness my sneak attack earlier instantly took their sniper completely out of commission. Besides, that guy's mental game seemed unbelievably weak anyway. Incredibly weird. Snatching back the initiative, Jiang Chen charges up and swings his rusty sword, slashing out a purple sword aura that rips the ground apart. Mumbling, so that's how it is. Right then, the gang finally snaps out of it. The shield soldier quickly reports, boss, that chick just vanished, but her summon is still here. They must be hiding nearby. The captain is absolutely fuming, gnashing his teeth and roaring. Damn it, how did we get played by that chick? Who knew she could control her summon so damn smoothly? Like this. Everyone, secure the perimeter. She might be sneaking around somewhere, close by. Cold sweat dripping, his shady eyes scan the woods with deep suspicion. Unbelievable that she soloed so many wild mobs in such a short time. Was it to level up? Or was it for materials? Something feels totally off. Sensing the sudden burst of energy from Jiang Chen, the captain gets even more freaked out. Plus, that forest patch gives off super creepy vibes. Better to figure things out before making a move, planning to use his minions as cannon fodder. He turns to order. Old 3. Use your scout skill to scan the surroundings. But as for Old 3, the mystery is solved when a quiver drops straight down onto the dry, barren ground. The rogue, Old 3, has completely lost his mind after losing his hand, drawing his 2 daggers. He screams in pure rage. Damn it. A trash summon dared to slice off my hand. This is bad. Ignoring the captain's warnings to calm down, the rogue still blindly charges ahead to his death, just for revenge. I'm gonna kill. Falling right into the trap, Jiang Chen's dry brace. Lips curl up into a sinister and bone-chilling smile. Channeling power into his hand, a bright red flame flares up. Jiang Chen points his finger straight to the ground in a blatant provocation. The maddened rogue throws a barrage of daggers in a frenzy, blasted through the air, cussing up a storm. Jiang Chen smoothly spun around, swinging his sword to unleash a purple blade energy that deflected every single hidden weapon with total ease, thinking gloatingly, hell yeah, they took the bait. The recoil was so insane that those 2 daggers went completely off course, flying straight into the thick bushes where his master was hiding. The captain glared at Jiang Chen, backing away, and barked in rage. Damn it, I didn't think he'd strike first. But it looks like there's no ambush. With that, no time to waste, those 3 hulking brutes leaped into the air together, their weapons gleaming in their hands, aiming to smash right down on Jiang Chen's head, shouting to gain the upper hand and wipe out this summoned creature. The knight leaped down from above, slamming his hammer as he roared, kill it, then we hunt down that chick. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen just casually looked up, thinking to himself with total indifference. Still not triggered yet? A massive, earth-shattering hammer strike from the knight slammed hard into the dirt, carving out a deep crater that sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. But he missed completely. The captain's rapine eyes bulged in shock as cold sweat broke out, stammering under his breath. What crazy speed. Suddenly, a dark, malevolent explosion of sinister energy erupted nearby, throwing the players into absolute panic. There was no way a low-level skeleton soldier summoned by a necromancer should be moving this freaking fast. Just then, bright red warning screens started, flashing crazily, throwing everyone into a sheer panic. What? What the hell is going on? The captain shrieked, his face turning pale. This was the system warning them that they had just been targeted by the master of the hidden mountain bear boss. A massive, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes slowly emerged from the darkness, making everyone freeze in absolute terror. The giant hidden bear boss dropped right down from the sky onto the clearing. The shield bearer turned pale and stammered, "Boss, what the hell is that thing?" Instantly realizing that this was the exact hidden boss that the Vice Guild Master has been searching for. The squad leader broke into a cold sweat, straining his neck, screaming in pure despair, "Why the hell is the aggro of this hidden boss falling on us? Scatter, run. A massive AoE is coming. Right now." Instantly, the beast slammed a devastating blow onto the ground, triggering a massive NSA shockwave that sent the squad leader flying. Right after the impact, that unlucky assassin lay dead in a pool of blood, with a bright red notification showing the player was completely wiped out, making his squad scream in agony. Third bro, facing the overwhelming power of the level 15 mountain bear lord, the shield bearer, that was shaking like a leaf, the leader gritted his teeth, trying to figure out why the hidden boss suddenly showed up. Could that guy's target all along have actually been this hidden boss? The giant beast threw its head back and roared to flex its insane bloodlust. The system immediately announced, "Mountain Bear Lord has activated the skill Berserk Raging Bear." Seeing that things were totally cooked, the squad leader and the spearmen bolted for their lives like total cowards. "Screw this. Fall back. This monster is way out of our league." They completely abandoned the shield bearer, who was desperately crying out, "Wait, leader, wait for me." Before the poor guy could even realize what was happening, some creepy dark energy lifted him straight into the air. "Huh? I'm flying?" The squad leader looked back in pure horror. "What? This gravity pull is the boss using Tempest Force Field?" The shield bearer screamed in terror as he got sucked right toward the bear's mouth. "It's the boss's gravity magic. Leader, I can't break free." The squad leader could only give a useless order. "Raise your shield and block the damage first." While those guys were sweating bullets and struggling to survive, our boy Jiang Chen was chilling in the bushes, resting his chin on his hand, enjoying the free show. "Oh, now I remember. The hidden mountain bear boss's skills are Tempest Force Field and Berserk Raging Bear. Yeah, they're definitely gonna have a tough time," Jiang Chen casually analyzed, stacking up the beast's attacks. "The boss's skill probably won't last long. Let's first see how long they can hold out." Meanwhile, the captain over there was desperately screaming his underling's name, Thiet Tay. Soon enough, it was the captain's turn to get dragged away by the suction. Cursing in rage, "Damn it, we got totally played by that chick. She knew the boss was here all along. She set us up using her summon as bait." Glancing over, he saw Jiang Chen still standing there completely chill. He grit his teeth, thinking, the summon is still here, so that chick must be watching this play nearby. Fortunately, all of a sudden, the pulling force abruptly stopped. The captain fell flat on his face, catching his breath. Seizing the chance, he realized the suction is gone. Seizing this golden opportunity, he scrambled up to flee, right behind the bald guy. "Now's my chance. I gotta bounce. My health bar is almost at rock bottom." Seething with rage, he calculated, "We took such a massive loss. Who would have thought someone could find the hidden mountain bear boss?" While running head first, he plotted, "I need to get out of here fast and report this hidden boss." But suddenly he froze, instantly on alert. "Huh?" The captain braked hard, turning his head to look back at the empty forest in confusion. Where the hell did that skeleton soldier go? Instantly, his pupils shrank, his face went pale, and cold sweat broke out as he felt a chilling, murderous aura creeping up right beside him. From midair, Jiang Chen swiftly lunged down, like a ghost, directly slashing down the utterly terrified bald guy. The notification player has died popped up clearly. Watching Jiang Chen standing tall over his underling's corpse, the captain's mind completely shattered. What the hell? We're getting wiped out by a single summon? The underling's legs collapsed into a pool of fresh blood. The captain could only grit his teeth in sheer despair, letting out a hopeless curse. Damn it! Jiang Chen casually scratches his chin, totally relaxed. Meanwhile, the beat-up captain, covered in wounds, secretly curses this damn chick, swearing he must quickly report the news about the hidden boss. Jiang Chen gives a thumbs down, mocking him, ignoring the captain using his last breath. Report this chick's business to the guild leader. Before he can even finish, the giant mountain bear lunges forward, swinging a massive slap that sends him straight to the afterlife. The system coldly announces, player Hao Cao has kicked the bucket, perfectly wrapping up a sweet piece of third-party loot. Action by our bony bro. Right as debris rains down on his head, the system delivers the good news of gaining 20 evolution points, while also notifying him that his points are maxed out, asking if he wants to evolve. Right now, in this clutch, do-or-die moment, facing the deafening roar of the giant bear, Jiang Chen calmly hits yes to kick off to his transformation. Ignoring the wild gale whipped up by the boss and the debris flying everywhere, our skeleton bro still stands tall, waiting for the system's miracle. The beast bares its jagged teeth, roaring to flex its power, but our guy doesn't even care, and decisively hits yes once again to confirm the evolution. Instantly, a blinding bolt of bright blue energy strikes straight down from the sky, wrapping around his entire summoned body. The shockwave, exploding from the rank-up process, is so strong it blows all the giant boulders nearby far, far away. The hidden boss opens its smelly maw to bite down, intending to swallow its prey, but is stopped by a backed, tough, glowing, bony arm blocking it, right between its sharp teeth. The badass look of the Tier 3 assault skeleton guard officially makes its debut, complete with armor and a flowing cape. The system starts the countdown for the evolution protection, dropped from 3 seconds down to 1 second. As the invincibility window wrapped up, those glowing red eyes flashed with bloodlust. Our boy smugly realized he had unlocked a brand new skill, bone armor. Thrust level 1, arrow form. The second his invincibility frame wore off. A brutal wave of X-shaped damage immediately slammed down, right onto the boss, tearing through the air. The slash carved deep into the beast's arm. The system popped up again with more good news. Fast swordsmanship just hit level 2, boosting his attack speed by 40%. The system popped up again with more good news. Fast swordsmanship just hit level 2, boosting his attack speed by 40%. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smirked to himself. This attack speed was totally to his liking. At the same time, he quickly analyzed his target, hidden boss. Mountain Bear Lord. A doc. Standard bear-type monster. Its weak points were still its joints and neck. Now that he had this beast completely figured out, our boy took a confident step forward, with a dark purple aura surging around him, drawing his sword in. Pure provocation. Bring it on. The eerie eyes of the beast flashed with bloodshot rage in the darkness, as if growling right back. Let's see what you've got. The Grim Reaper's scythe of a bear claws swung down, tearing up the entire ground. But Jiang Chen easily slipped right past it like it was nothing, thinking, damn, that was fast. Sliding backward to keep a safe distance, he knew his own limits. Sure, his skill had successfully evolved, but he still couldn't tank its hits head-on just yet. Luckily, it was the perfect time to test out his new skill. Jiang Chen raised his hand, and his 5 fingers instantly warped, stretching out into the razor-sharp bone blades of crows. The bone armor thrust skill. These deadly, sharp bones shot forward. He was hyped to realize that this new skill finally gave him away. to fight back from a distance. The attack immediately landed a direct hit, piercing straight into the boss's eyes. Furious, the hidden boss threw its head back, roaring in sheer desperation. As soon as Jiang Chen touched the ground, an invisible pull of gravity magic dragged him straight back toward the bud. That massive maw is gaping wide open. Dragged along roughly, the guy scrambles to drive his sword deep into the dirt, tearing up the ground just to slow down his slide. The system flashes a warning that the boss has unleashed its storm force field. Jiang Chen rolls his eyes, totally fed up. This annoying move again? While he's flexing every muscle to fight the pull, his summons brain is going completely haywire under the insane interference of the force field. If he gets sucked in, his movements are going to be super crippled. One wrong move during close quarters combat, and he's definitely getting wrecked. Instead of fighting a losing battle, his fiery eyes flash with a sly, devious spark. All right then, let's play along. Going with the flow, Jiang Chen swings his arm and unleashes a barrage of bone arrows straight ahead. He smirks, thinking, who cares if I shoot with my eyes closed? And his big brain prediction hits the mark. Since this is a massive area of effect gravity spell, those bone arrows get their paths warped by the pull and dragged straight in. Thanks to this super helpful, the side effect of the gravitational pull, the barrage of, quote, bone arrows flies with aimbot accuracy, pinning right into the face of Ass, the smug monster boss. With gravity on my side, how the hell could my arrows miss? Now that the beast's vision is completely blocked, Jiang Chen leaps up, riding the wind and soaring high into the air, getting ready to counterattack. Raising his glowing blue sword, he calculates his move perfectly. Riding the wave of the force field's pull, he uses the momentum of his free fall combined with the magic pull. Jiang Chen becomes a bolt of lightning, maximizing his damage, and coldly aims straight. He snaps, boost my attack, and rip this bear's stomach to shreds. Gripping his sword wrapped in glowing blue energy, he cuts through the air, delivering a massive, quote, upward slash in a deadly arc. But out of nowhere, the system flashes a bright red warning. Warning. The mountain bear boss has triggered a skill. At the exact same time, the soul of his now rabid beast swings its massive claws to unleash that Tempest force field skill. A crazy ass storm whips up out of nowhere, ripping up the roots of ancient trees and tearing the ground apart, sucking everything into its brutal vortex. Jiang Chen braces himself against the insane whirlwind, silently, realizing the gravity just spiked. Guess, this beast is going all out to kill him. He clicks his tongue, kinda bummed that his bone arrows are running low. Right then, our boy launches himself high into the air, barely dodging a lethal bite from the jagged, nasty teeth of the charging beast. Riding the wind from that magic vortex, Jiang Chen spins and glides through the air, like an absolute boss, channeling all his power straight into his sword, which is glowing with a blinding light. He gears up to unleash a final, devastating blow. Like a freaking comet, crashing down from the ninth heaven, Jiang Chen cuts through the wind, diving straight down at the giant monster's head. Lightning fast, his lean figure slashes right past, throwing sharp-ass spikes straight into the bear's face, smooth as butter. Immediately, the hidden boss glares with its bloodshot eyes, roaring in fury. With its huge, gaping mouth, Jiang Chen smoothly flips and drives his sword straight into the past dead white eye of the boss. Next thing you know, the boss thrashes in agony, slamming him hard against the ground, causing a massive crash that sends rocks and debris flying everywhere, making a clean landing. Jiang Chen stretches his shoulders as the gravity pull finally fades away and smirks, thinking, looks like the active time of its skill has run out. Looking ahead, the giant boss is clutching its blinded face in sheer agony, howling like crazy, which makes our boy smile smugly. Honestly, in this state, the boss is basically a sitting duck. He looks down at his hand, watching the bone spurs starting to sprout out. But then a system notification pops up. Insufficient. Bone powder. Jiang Chen lets out a soft sigh. This new skill is pretty easy to use. Too bad. It costs items to cast. Suddenly, a deep, booming voice echoes through the dead silence. Player, I've been waiting for you for a very, very long time. Making Jiang Chen jump out of his skin and blurt out in confusion. What the hell? The giant beast's whole body suddenly crackles with violent, blue lightning, growling out weird words. Wait, faced with this blinding lightning aura, our boy starts sweating bullets. Totally lost. Hold up, this is wrong. Early stage bosses in the game settings aren't supposed to interact with players at all. What is going on? A shiny, glowing blue crystal slowly floats out of the beast's forehead, along with some dramatic and totally scripted parting words. I want to give the mountain bear's final gift to you, leaving Jiang Chen completely speechless. Yeah, but before he can even feel touched, the vicious beast absorbs the energy of the crystal and roars like crazy. With its mouth wide open, the system immediately sounds the alarm. The mountain bear overlord is about to cast the skill, Heavenly Thunderstorm. Please dodge immediately. Jiang Chen's face goes stiff as he stands there speechless, cursing under his breath. Is this some beta version that adds cheesy intro lines for the boss's skills? Watching a massive lightning bolt strike straight down onto the bear's body, our boy curls his lips in disgust. Tesk. Those boring-ass game devs only know how to pull off this useless crap. But since it's this skill anyway. With that, Jiang Chen calmly hoists his sword onto his shoulder, standing tall right in the middle of the storm. Talking big. Don't mind if I do then. Right at that moment, the fancy system panel pops up with glowing, golden words. User is immune to lightning type. Skills. The violent thunderstorm pours down, as if trying to rip the entire mountain in half, lighting up the whole night sky. Once the storm clears, hurried footsteps trample over dead leaves, followed by a shrill, desperate cry echoing out. Jiang Chen drags his beat-up body while clutching a backpack full of trash. A flashing purple and red alert pops up. Your backpack has exceeded the weight limit, and your movement speed is cut by 40%. Our girl is huffing and puffing, getting all teary-eyed and dramatic. As expected, something definitely went sideways. No wonder it's taking him forever. This stuff is heavy AF. Jiang Chen only did this to save my butt by baiting those players away. She drops her loot on the ground with a heavy thud, totally determined. Suddenly, she gets a huge burst of main character energy. No way is she leaving her bro. So, our little mage whips out her magic staff, gets into position, practically burning with epic hero vibes, and books it. I gotta go save him, even if I'm completely useless. Maybe, just maybe, I can do it. While she's busy acting out her tragic hero moment, she freezes up and stares up at the tall canopy. Huh? She suddenly notices a massive, pitch-black object in a total freefall, aims straight for her face. And oh crap, it's a giant bear head, dripping with blood and packed with jagged teeth, crashing down right in front of her with a massive, ear-splitting boom. Her brave face instantly vanishes into thin air. Squeezing her eyes shut, she hugs her staff and screams bloody murder. Ah, what the heck is this? But totally opposite to her freakout, the game system starts blasting congratulatory fireworks gloriously, announcing that player 1 Silly Little Cutie has just secured the first kill of the hidden mountain bear boss. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your current level is now level 10. Please proceed to the main city immediately to change class. Suddenly, the blinding status screen of her summon pops up right in front of her. Summon name: Assault Skeleton Guard, level 10. Race: Undead, tier 3. Health points: 9,423. Skills: Rapid Swordsmanship level 2, Bone Armor, Assault Arrow, Form level 1, Master. The player: 1 Silly Little Cutie, level 10. Talk about a massive hard carry. Cut to the chaotic real world, where night has completely fallen, wrapping around a glowing skyscraper featuring the Tiger Beast Guild sign. Inside, a dimly lit, ultra-luxury room, some dude is shaking in his boots. He cowered as he spoke to the imposing back of the big boss. Boss Trin, please let me explain. Boss Trin tapped his gold-ringed, sparkling finger on the tablet screen, which was showing the video of the captain's team getting completely annihilated, and growled in a freezing cold voice. Explain? Explain? My ass. You guys are literally a bunch of useless trash. Boss Trin leaned forward to intimidate the crowd of goons groaning on the floor, clutching their bellies, and berated them mercilessly. Losing our bear farming zone was bad enough, but getting some newbie to snatch the hidden boss's first ever kill the second I left the bear territory, you guys immediately screwed things up. Do you have any idea how much cash I lost because of this? The bald team leader who was acting so tough in the game earlier is now flat on the floor, clutching his bloody, swollen face, desperately begging. Boss Trin, please hear me out. We'll hunt him down and keep killing him until he doesn't even dare to leave the city. We will definitely make an example out of him. The opponent was just one guy. We were just careless for a split second, slowly sliding a shiny fast golf club out of his bag, ready to teach his underlings a lesson. Boss Trin raised an eyebrow at the desperate pleas of please give us another chance, boss, and then tossed back a mocking question. Oh, just one person? Finally, Boss Trin's dark shadow loomed over the captain, who was trembling on the floor, his voice threateningly sharp like a knife. So many of you, yet you couldn't even defeat a single level 10 player? Is that what you mean? The guy frantically waved his hands, trying to defend himself. No, that's not. Then spit it out. Boss Trin's face turned murderous as he delivered a brutal strike, cutting off the begging captain's voice. What the hell do I even need you trash for? Ignoring the dying guy's desperate gasps. Boss, please, give us another. Before he could finish, the splash of bright red blood splattered across the screen, ending the life of the absolute failure, accompanied by the cold, mocking sneer of the boss. Trin. Humph. 3 against 1 and they still all got wiped. Needless to say, having cleaned up the internal mess, he turned around to look out through the glass window of the skyscraper, while casually using a towel to wipe the blood off his hands and cursing for letting someone find the hidden boss of the bear zone. Damn it. What a bunch of useless trash. Suppressing his rage, he lit a cigarette and fell deep into thought. But at least it was lucky this didn't happen in the Valley Zone. The plan for the Valley Zone is still going smoothly, right? There won't be any slip-ups, will there? His underling, Viper, standing in the shadows behind him, respectfully reported, "Don't worry, Guildmaster. The Valley Zone is absolutely foolproof," which made Boss Trin's face relax a little. Good. Wrap it up quickly then, he ordered coldly with a tilt of his chin. The bear zone isn't important anymore. Send some reliable guys to find that trash player and beat him to a pulp. Keep sending reinforcements to the Valley Zone. And remember, don't mess up my plans. Viper let out a sinister, confident grin and replied, "Don't you worry, boss. Everything is right in the palm of our hands." Leaving the city's schemes behind, the scene shifts to the peaceful peak of Bear Mountain, where flocks of startled birds are taking flight into the sky. Down on the ground, a low-level Jiang Chen is frantically scrambling to gather up a mountain of massive loot. Meanwhile, his lady boss stands, with hands on her hips, nagging, "Hey, don't be lazy. This stuff can all be traded for cash." You're both named Jiang Chen. Why is there such a massive gap? She gestured towards the majestic, cloaked figure, standing proud, cape fluttering in the wind. Look at your senior, Jiang Chen. The super cool Vanguard guard was currently sitting smugly with his arms crossed on top of the giant bear's head. The lady boss puffed out her chest, bragging her head off about how she can solo The mountain bear boss all by herself. Talk about a major glow up. Right on cue, the system screen pops up, flexing her brand new level 10. Guardian Bear Magic. Artifact with health and magic resist stats that are absolutely cracked. There is even a caption showing that it is equipped as a cosmetic skin just to show off her smoking hot body. And that is not all. This girl copped the whole level 10 combo, including the Guardian Bear Tail and level 10 leather boots, buffing her movement speed and magic output to the max. Dripped out. In this super cute, adorable bear onesie, she is literally spinning around like a total dork, showing off. Hey, Jiang Chen, look, I just got some insane new loot. Isn't it super cute? Jiang Chen, playing along perfectly, puts on his imaginary sunglasses, gives her a big fat thumbs up to hype her up. Yeah, those stats are actually pretty cracked, too. Then, the loot menu pops up, shining so bright it is blinding, making her jaw drop as she literally drools while counting her goodies. Oh my god, I got 479 Guardian Bear Essences, 263 Bear Teeth, 152 Bear Hides, 33 Bone Wolf Essences, 54 Wolf Teeth, and 17 gold, 9 silver, and 189 copper coins. Looking at all this cash and this massive pile of crafting loot, she is completely losing her mind with hype. Picking up her skirt, she skips ahead, shouting over her shoulder, "Heck yeah, it is finally time for class advancement. Let's hurry back to the main city and get it done." And while we are at it, we can sell all these materials. We are gonna to be loaded. But a split second later, she whips around to yell at her slowpoke skeleton minion. Yo, are you slacking off over there or what? You are supposed to harvest the materials like this. Look, you are ruining all the good stuff. Once they finally wrap up, the guy plops down hard on a rock, holding his head in sheer disbelief. Sigh. A Guardian Bear gear set, worth hundreds of thousands, and she is using it as a cosmetic skin? Seriously, when the hell am I? I'm gonna escape from this woman? But then again, when he checks his own super long status screen, he can't help but nod in absolute satisfaction. This level up is a total game changer, and these crazy stats are already way past any level 15 player. He eyes his newly dropped skill and smacks his lips, especially since the new skill is incredibly easy to use. Bone Armor Assault. Arrow Form. Level 1. Consuming bone dust to fire bone arrows. The current charge status is already at 46 out of 50, though it does need some resources. Still, this power is totally worth the evolution points he spent on it. But his smile vanishes when the God-tier evolution system splashes him with a bucket of cold water, demanding 20,000 points for the next rank, totally blowing his mind. Honestly, the points needed for the next upgrade are way too ridiculous. Looking at his master leisurely, carrying loot in the distance, he sighs in frustration. Gloomy and annoyed, he mumbles, "Killing a monster of my level only gives 1,020 points. Grinding like this will take forever. Looks like I still gotta hunt bosses to level up fast." Pondering it over, Jiang Chen rubs his chin and starts scheming. Honestly, she was actually right about one thing. I really need to advance my class. The first skill unlocked after a necromancer advances is Skeletal Reinforcement. Reinforcing the skeletal frame can buff all of my stats by 30%. Suddenly, a massive, dark, menacing shadow of the summon stretches out, completely overshadowing the naive girl kneeling on the ground. He finalizes his plan. Since I'm bound to her as her summon, if she gets stronger, I get stronger too. While he's busy scheming, the girl suddenly points at the bear corpse and yells excitedly, "Whoa, Jiang Chen, get over here right now. There's a treasure chest here." This piques his curiosity, making him walk over. A magical purple light, blindingly bright, glows from the treasure chest near the bear. She squeals with excitement, holding her cheeks and jumping up and down. It's glowing purple. Hey, hey, hey. Let's see what sweet loot we got here. Standing right behind her as she giggles with glee. A treasure chest, huh? Jiang Chen puts his hands behind his back and begins analyzing the situation. The battle loot? Loot? Honestly, if you didn't say it, I'd have forgotten. The loot from a hidden boss of this tier is probably some upgrade materials or a pawn. Suddenly, her eyes went wide as saucers and she gasped. Jiang Chen, you gotta look at this. The fire in the eye sockets of Jiang Chen also flared up in pure shock. Yeah, this was way beyond anyone's expectations. Floating right there in midair was a book radiating a brilliant purple glow with a description that would make literally anyone freeze. An all-class rare skill book, the AoE skill, Heavenly Thunder Cauldron. She squatted right in front of the chest, muttering in shock. Is it because this is the first and only clear? How did a low-level boss drop something this insane? Clutching the purple glowing skill book in her hands, she looked up with sparkling eyes at Jiang Chen and asked softly, Jiang Chen, I really want this skill book? Don't. You? Without hesitating for even a second, she used both hands to offer the book to her summon, grinning from ear to ear. The only reason I can get so many materials and gold coins like this is all thanks to you. This skill book. You can use it too, right? Taking the book as if flowers were blooming in his heart, the skeleton guy praised her in his head. A teachable kid, totally teachable kid. Looks like this girl isn't as money hungry as I thought. But then she excitedly waved her hands around. I just checked. This is a skill that can literally blast tons of monsters at the same time. She threw her head back and laughed like a maniac, dreaming of filthy rich glory. Once you learn it, our grinding speed is gonna skyrocket, and I'll get rich way faster. Mwahaha. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face instantly went blank. Speechless, he took back his compliment. Yeah, I totally take back what I just said. He then clicked yes when the system prompt popped up, asking to use the skill book to learn Heavenly Thunder Cauldron. Instantly, a blinding light engulfs the book as the countdown timer of the system starts ticking down. 3, 2, 1. Ding. You have learned the skill, Myriad Thunderstrike. Current level, level 1. The Myriad Thunderstrike level 1 skill has the lightning attribute. The cost of 150 has been converted to consuming the summoner's mana. Cooldown, 1.5 seconds. Effect. Unleashes multiple bolts of lightning continuously forward, dealing 200 magic damage per hit to all targets. Within range at current level, level 1. Description. Master of the mighty Bear Mountain. May the strength of Bear Mountain always be with. Whoa. So this actually worked? The sword in his hand begins to crackle with sparks of blue lightning. The girl behind him excitedly urges, Try it now. While Zhang Than smirks nostalgically. This kind of rush from a new skill? How long has it been since I last felt like this? Gathering the power of lightning, illuminating a whole corner of the forest. The guy raises his sword high and yells, Let me test out the power of this move. With that, Zhang Than swings his sword hard down into the empty air, shouting out his ultimate move, Myriad Thunderstrike. Roaring lightning strikes down, shredding the ancient trees to pieces. The lady gasps in sheer shock, her eyes wide. This skill is. But despite the spectacular effects, Jiang Than just stands there, staring blankly at the ruined battlefield with sheer disappointment, while the girl behind him claps excitedly, praising him. Whoa, that's insane. Now we can grind for materials way faster. But our guy just facepalms and sighs. Man, this damage is trash. Even though it's an AoE skill, its attack power is just too weak. Suddenly, an idea hits him. The fire in his eye sockets flashes as he remembers his own overpowered ability. Oh right, I can totally use evolution points to evolve this skill. Although, evolving myself is super important too, but slapping that system panel with zero hesitation. Our boy figured that maximizing his monster-slaying speed was the real key. So, without a single doubt, he swiped his hand and dumped all his evolution points to level up his Myriad Thunderstorm skill. Immediately, the system blasted. A notification. Enhancement initiated. The pillar of dark energy plummeted straight from the sky, hitting his summon dead on, blowing a gust of wind so hard it knocked her off her feet, sending her into a total panic. Whoa, what the hell is happening now? Bathed in the surging waves of evolutionary Dottler power, Jiang Chen's back looked insanely intimidating, forcing her to gasp in awe. Jiang Chen's aura felt totally different now. With the transformation complete, our guy swung his sword, which was now shrouded in thick, pitch-black lightning and pure murder, confidently smirking at his skill panel showing Myriad Thunderstorms at level 5. As crimson flames flared up wildly, he reached his hand out, deciding to test drive the move again, unleashing his Myriad Thunderstorm skill. In the blink of an eye, a monstrous pillar of dark lightning slammed down, carrying a destructive force that roared and tore the night apart. Staring at the ground in front of them, split into jagged, charred trenches, his mistress stood there jaw-dropped, stammering, "Oh, my God. Jiang Chen, you're way too insane." Meanwhile, our boy was pretty damn satisfied. Pretty sweet. Guess I made the right call. Now my evolution point farming is gonna be way faster. With the test run done, Jiang Chen reached out, grabbed his mistress by the shoulder, hoisting her up, completely ignoring her as she screamed in total shock. "Hey, what the heck? What's going on?" Tossed upside down as he ran, she grumbled in annoyance. "Why are you carrying me? Like a sack of potatoes again? Can't you do a princess carry for once?" While Jiang Chen was mapping out the route in his head, aiming to farm evolution points first, then get her class advancement while crossing this zone. This valley leads straight to the main city. Her player profile pops up, showing off her cringe gamer tag, Dumb Lil Meng, a level 10 necromancer, along with a bunch of trash stats that guarantee a miserable, back-breaking grind full of sweat and tears ahead. Now, a quick breakdown of the game. Dai Hoang. From the exact moment the server went live, the AI running the show started evolving on its own, whipping up endless tangled storylines that all lead straight to one ultimate goal: hidden dungeons loaded with tons of gold and rare loot. And that's not all. If you clear regional dungeons under certain specific conditions, you'll trigger hidden stories, upgrading them into secret dungeons where the rewards and drop rates are literally multiplied like crazy. Naturally, because of this massive cash cow, ever since the server launched, the top guilds have been tearing each other apart to claim the best farming spots. Out of all of them, Bear Mountain and this valley are the exclusive playground of the Tiger Beast Guild. Under a gloomy sky covered by thick trees, a squad of cloaked figures stands tall on a rocky cliff looking down, aggressively flexing their claim over their absolute territory. Peering down below, a massive, deep canyon, blanketed in a thick, heavy fog, comes into view, the entry point to the valley. This is where a chaotic storm is waiting for our bickering duo. As they step right into it, down there, an armored arm shoves a glowing blue stone lizard out of the way, snapping with total attitude, "Get lost, you trash. Stop getting in our way." Kicked straight into the bushes, the poor lizard can only watch as it makes way for two armored guards. The guy walking behind nods like he just had an epiphany. Ah, so that's why. No wonder the boss man was so pissed. The shield guard mutters as they walk along, wondering. I mean, the boss and the vice leader camped out at Bear Mountain for ages and still couldn't figure out how to trigger the secret boss. And now, the second they turn their backs, someone else goes and snipes the whole thing. anyone would be losing their mind. Would be a miracle. But wait, why on earth did Bear Mountain get totally flattened, yet they didn't order us back to Bear Mountain, and instead made us keep reinforcing the valley area? Another grunt scratched his head, chiming in. Yeah, totally. And why the hell do we? I have to sit around squatting here anyway? Honestly, I have no clue. The captain, clad in red armor, put his hands on his hips, acting like some kind of mastermind. You clueless scrubs don't know jack about this, he scoffed. Pulling out the map to break it down, the red-armored guy pointed and explained. Look, hidden bosses don't respawn. So, Bear Mountain right now. Besides, grinding for levels has absolutely zero value left. The valley is a whole different story though. The hidden dungeon over there hasn't been cleared yet, which is why the quest we got is to keep heading to the valley to back them up. Dreaming about getting filthy rich and counting stacks of cash, the red-armored guy imagined hanging Zhang Meng upside down to shake all her gold coins out, letting out a sly, evil laugh. But hey, if we can ambush that player on our way, drag them back to complete our mission, and steal all her gear and loot, wouldn't we be absolutely rolling in dough? One of his lackeys asked blankly. But boss, how do you even know she'll take this specific path? The red-armored guy crossed his arms, oozing confidence like a prodigy. Our guild's intel says she probably just hit level 10. Level 10 players, obviously, have to go to the main city for their class promotion. Plus, since she's been doing shady business, there's no way she'd dare to waltz right in. She definitely has to sneak through from either side, and one of those sides happens to be our mandatory route. This is a flat-out 50-50 chance. The lackey's eyes lit up in awe as they flattered him shamelessly. So that is how it is. Boss, you are a genius. No wonder you are a top-tier student from a 211 or 985 university. The captain stroked his chin, tilting his head up with smug pride. Piece of cake. Right in the middle of their hype, one of them suddenly shuddered and asked nervously, But, boss? Wait, isn't that person some kind of pervert? Yeah, I heard the rumors too, they say. She's a mentally twisted 200-pound female necromancer. The shield guy added, looking absolutely terrified. Don't you hate weirdos the most, boss? Sure, her level isn't high, but she loves using players for some seriously bizarre roleplay. It's honestly creepy as hell. The red armor dude immediately got defensive, swinging his shiny blunt weapon with a 20% armor pierce stat, and boldly declared, I hate freaks more than anything. But don't you guys worry. We came totally prepared today. He confidently clanked his thick armor, flexing his physical damage reduction stat. See, necromancers might sound like mages, but their skeleton summons only deal physical damage. We literally went out of our way to max out our heavy armor's physical resistance today, not to mention having a paladin class buff on our side. As he spoke, he started fantasizing about basking in glorious, blinding holy light, crushing those stupid skeletons. Since the holy attribute completely counters necromancer summons, taking her down will be an absolute piece of cake. His lackeys got so hyped up they pumped their fists in the air, yelling, Heck yeah, boss. My blood is literally pumping. You're a genius, boss. You've got that necromancer completely figured out. But right as the words left his mouth, a pitch-black lightning bolt slammed down from the sky, making him gasp. Wait, what the heck is this? Before they could even react, a massive storm of dark lightning rained down on their heads, leaving them with their mouths wide open, screaming in agony, drowning. In a sea of body-shattering lightning, the lackeys panicked and shrieked, Boss, something's wrong. Where did this massive AoE come from? There's freaking lightning coming from every single direction. The shield guy held his head and yelled at the top of his lungs, I get it. This has to be. We found a hidden boss. Right away, the captain in red armor, while taking hits, cussed. Boss my ass. It's a player attacking. Where's the mage? Quick, heal and defend. Watching their health bars plummet. Like crazy, the shield dudes cried out, holy shit, that magic damage is insane. How is every single hit a crit? Boss, we're wearing heavy armor. It's all physical defense with zero magic resist. Realizing they were about to get wrecked, the red armored captain gritted his teeth and ordered a retreat. Fast. Damn it. Fall back now. Or else. But before he could even finish his sentence, pillars of dark lightning repeatedly struck down, roasting the soldiers alive. The system coldly announced player Lanu is dead. Player No Tuong is dead. Turns out, the one spamming the lightning was none other than that skeleton standing with his arms crossed on the cliff, far away. Meanwhile, his lady boss was happily walking, ordering her bony minions to clean up the stragged battlefield. Hey, skeleton number 3, make sure you grab all the cash. Skeleton number 2, check carefully if any gear or materials dropped. Don't miss a thing. Gulping down a bottle of blue potion, she smacked her lips happily while counting her cash. Damn, who would have thought raw crystals dropped from those jade bugs could actually sell for 5 coins? Jiang Chen stood there with his arms crossed, totally helpless, thinking that even slave drivers wouldn't exploit someone this much. Suddenly, her eyes went wide, pointing at the pile of charred corpses from earlier, calling out innocently, "Hey, Jiang Chen, look over there. I think those are bodies of some random players passing by." You called it. We actually met real players. On the flip side of her excitement, Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat, thinking, did these guys get caught in the AoE damage of his Thunder Tempest skill and just get wiped out? Meanwhile, his lady boss made a face and complained, the loot on these guys is even worse than rock bugs. What a bunch of useless bums. What the hell are they hiding in the bushes for? The fire in his eye socket suddenly flared as he spotted a metal badge lying on the cracked ground. Humph, the Tiger Beast Guild. And these guys look like holy knights wearing heavy armor with super low magic resistance. Putting all the clues together, the dude turned around to look at the pile of corpses and smirked. Looks like I'm their target here. He'd heard before that the Tiger Beast Guild's turf was massive, but he didn't expect even this valley to belong to those clowns. Calculating the risks for the road ahead, Jiang Chen muttered, looks like if I want to get through this valley safely, I gotta gather some intel first. While he was lost in thought, her sweet, chirpy voice echoed from the cliff edge. Whoa, Jiang Chen, there's still one guy alive over here? Down at the cliff edge? The red armored captain was paralyzed, sweating buckets in pure panic. Frustrated, he realized he messed up. Damn, this chick is definitely sketchy. Her AoE magic damage is insanely high. What the hell is going on with her? Staring death right in the face, he struggled to open the comms interface, muttering, forget making money. I gotta call in backup first. But the second that thought crossed his mind, a bone sword wrapped in black lightning flew straight at him, smashing right through his system screen, scaring him to death. What the? A perfect hit. The blade pinned his red armored hand straight to the ground. Looking up, he saw Jiang Chen looming over him, making the red armored guy break into a cold sweat. Is that skeleton her summon? The skeleton moved immediately, deciding the safest move was to strip his gear before tying him up. The girl just stared blankly down the cliff. Jiang Chen, what the hell are you doing? Eyes wide, mouth agape, she pointed a shaking finger and blurted, what is going on here? Turns out, under that bulky red armor was the smoking hot body of a red-haired baddie who was currently tied up tight. Hohenheim glared back, absolutely fuming, and started cursing. How the hell is this dude actually a girl? You scumbag. The guild's intel was spot on. Damn it, you really are a total creep. The mage girl waved her hands, sweating bullets, trying to explain herself to Jiang Than. But, is it really necessary to go this far? It looks way too freaky. But ignoring her whining, Jiang Than crossed his arms and thought to himself, so, that's how it is. Are they in the same guild as those guys from earlier? Got it. If we do this, she won't be able to kill herself or log out. Ho Haniem watched her interacting with Jiang Than, looking extremely annoyed and confused. What kind of crazy situation is this? Is he schizophrenic? Talking to his own summon? Terrified by the rumors of his perverted antics, which she was now imagining in vivid detail. Ho Haniem squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "Screw this. I'd rather die than get tortured by this kind of freak." Too lazy to explain things, Jiang Than stepped up coolly, blocking the mage girl, and said coldly, "All right, let me interrogate her." Trong, Manhwa man, wearing her bear suit, approached with a deeply confused face, looking down at the red-haired Ho Haniem, sitting on the ground. My bad. I accidentally hurt you guys. We just wanted to ask you a few questions." But she was only met with a sharp, angry snap. "Just kill me. I'm not saying a damn thing." Ho Haniem shrieked in fury. "In my entire life, I've hated creeps the most, and women are no exception. Just give me a quick, painless death. Don't you dare think you can humiliate me." This made Truong Man sweat bullets and wave her hands frantically. Who's the creep here? We only did this because we're afraid you'll run away. I just want to ask a few things." But Ho Haniem remained stubborn. "I'd rather starve to death today, rather jump off this cliff than say a single word." But suddenly, a cold, bony hand reached out from behind, grabbing Truong Man's sleeve to stop her back, making her startle and snap her head around. And with that, Jiang Chen stepped forward, oozing pure murder vibes, making his mistress freak out and back off. "Jiang Chen, do we seriously have to go with Plan B already? You better think this through. Do you really? I have to resort to that?" Meanwhile, Hua Ran squeezed her eyes shut and craned her neck, talking trash. "Bring it on and just give yours truly a quick death. Like I'd ever submit to a crazy psycho like you." But before she could even finish her sentence, Hua Ran's tough girl act instantly crumbled, replaced by wide, stunned eyes and flushed cheeks as she stared at the thing pulled out right in front of her. Is this? Right under her nose, Jiang Chen, with his soulless, glowing red eyes, casually held up a heavy bag of coins. The system screen clearly showed 50 silver coins. The whole place instantly fell, dead silent. Red-haired Hua Ran hung her head, covering her face to hide her insanely embarrassed and speechless expression, leaving his mistress on the sidelines sweating bullets as she yelled in total confusion, "Hey, I thought she was gonna snap from pure rage." Zhang Mengmeng pointed her finger and lost her mind, screaming at Jiang Chen, "Look at her. Just look at her. She's biting her tongue to off herself. I told you I didn't care about money at all. Quick, stop wasting cash. We have to scrape by and budget a little." But just as a disappointed Jiang Chen was about to put the bag of coins away, a desperate screech blared from behind, making our skeleton guy turn his head around. "Hold on a sec. Yeah, talk about a complete flip." Unlike her dramatic, ready-to-die vibe earlier, red-haired Hua Ran was now sprawled on the ground in a super flirty, seductive pose, giving him playful, bedroom eyes. "Little sis, you've got a killer eye for talent. Didn't you just want to ask Big Sis a few questions? Today, Big Sis is definitely spilling all the tea." After all, the system notification clearly showed today's exchange rate. Right now in the game, a single silver coin can be traded for up to 2,000 Huaxia coins. Totally dizzy and spun around by this rapid-fire attitude that flips faster than a cheap pancake, Zhang Manman stuttered and backed away. Well, about this. I mean, While she hesitated, Jiang Chen smugly pumped his fist, giving his boss a proud look. Humph. He wanted her to spit out all the secrets of the Tiger Beast Guild. Realizing her grand and noble mission, the blonde, dazed Jiang Man, with sweat drops practically pouring from her eyes, instantly declared herself the absolute champion star translator of the day. After spending a long time dragging each other to a quiet corner to negotiate and untie the ropes, a sudden, piercing scream echoed through the distant cliffs. No freaking way. Who's the real creep here, anyway? Amidst the endless, rolling mountain peaks, a flock of birds was startled and scattered as heavy panting sounded out continuously. Phew, I'm so exhausted. When everything was finally done and settled, Jiang Man cleared her throat and got straight to the point. That's all we wanted to ask. I just spent a fortune on you, so don't even think of playing me. Hua Ran shrugged, replying with an incredibly smug look. Totally not a problem, little sis. I can easily answer all of these questions. Flipping her voluminous red hair with her hand, Hua Ran flashed a devious smile, filled with amusement. Humph, who would have thought she'd encounter such a generous little rich girl? Seeing that wicked grin, Jiang Man slowly paced closer and closer, making Hua Ran back up a bit nervously. You? Don't seem like what I had imagined at all. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Seizing the opportunity, the night girl pounced forward and started feeling up the other's armored chest, boldly declaring, Don't worry, little sis, I'm a totally decent person. This made Jiang Man close her eyes and blush while putting up a weak resistance. But you don't look decent at all. Suddenly, Hua Ran's eyes widened in shock as she realized something mind-blowing, of critical importance. Feeling totally bare? Yeah, looking behind her, Jiang Thon is still standing there, cold as ice, grabbing her hand. The red-haired knight just laughs it off. Why are you on guard against me like that? Even my weapons are literally in your hands. Called out Truong. Man hey backs off, putting her hands on her hips, pouting and complaining. Of course I gotta be careful around. You guys were literally planning to sneak attack us, and now you suddenly act all cooperative? It's seriously way too sketchy. The red-haired knight tilts her head and replies with a totally innocent face, ignoring the terrifying Jiang Thon looming right behind her. She's like, sketchy? Where? The beef is with you guys and the guild, not me. My crew and I are honestly just a bunch of mercenaries who just need the cash. Thinking back to her buddy, who's currently face-planting, burnt to a crisp. On the cracked ground, she clicks her tongue and sighs. We took a bit of a hit, but the money you paid is honestly insane. It's totally a fair price. To prove she's for real, Hohenheim opens the system chat, flexing the text she just sent to her boss, and smiles confidently. Plus, don't even worry, I totally covered for you. About that little clash just now. The boss asked me what was going on over here, and I was like, all good here, just some elite mobs attacking us. Don't panic. I'll bring back everyone's gear. Your track won't get leaked from our side, trust. Feeling like her logic is super convincing. Plus, the knight's giggles. Anyway, I really don't want to miss the chance to ride this rich girl's coattails. Truong Man sweats and awkwardly nods along. All right, fine. I'll trust you this once. But literally a second later, Truong Man gets scooped up, making her shriek. All right, I'm starting. Let's run. Wait, what are you doing? Riding the rich girl's coattails, leaving Jiang Than all alone in the dust. Standing all alone in the back, letting out a heavy sigh of pure helplessness. All right, first off, about those guys chasing you. You guys don't even need to worry about that anymore. Our little ambush was totally on us, like, completely unplanned and not some order from the guild at all. The actual creep who got orders to stalk you is probably still stuck back at Bear Mountain and looking at how fast you're moving. Those clowns are never going to catch up to you. Plus, You're a rich little boss babe and so cracked. Even if those losers did catch up, they'd just be delivering free kills. This makes Jiang Mengmeng smirk smugly, squinting her eyes and waving her hand. Hee hee. No way. Stop it. I'm just super lucky. You know? But don't go celebrating too early, because that valley area is no walk in the park. Leading the way, red-haired Hua Ran turned her head back, knitting her pretty brows, as she explained with a super serious look. Because the valley has always been a major defense point for the guild, and lately they've beefed up the security like crazy with tons of extra hands. Stepping down the hillside, she looked back at the duo to drop some bad news. Word on the street is that the Dungeon Inn, the core valley area, is totally bugging out. Right now, even low-level grunts like us who usually cover the outskirts have been dragged all the way here too. Her face went dark as she recalled her guild's actual power, and the female knight continued to pour cold water on her little lady's hopes. I heard the guild mobilized basically every single team of level 15 and up to head to the valley to back them up. Right now, this place is locked down tighter than a drum, and nobody is sneaking through without getting noticed, period. Remembering the terrifying, shadowy figure of their leader, Hua Ran warned in a low, heavy voice. Plus, the absolute strongest beast in our guild, Vice Leader Snake, is currently stationed right here, is definitely lurking in the core zone. That Python Guild Vice Leader is a deadly assassin class player, second tier, level 30 and up. Even if you happen to be some kind of OP beast, you're still not touching him in a fight. Plus, you're the absolute target here. A solo female necromancer wandering around alone is basically begging to get spotted. To those guys, a level 10 newbie like you is literally nothing more than a juicy piece of meat waiting to be devoured. Terrified out of her mind, our cute little mage clutches her head, groaning in sheer panic, while Hoa Neum drops the ultimate reality check. So, how are you gonna safely sneak through this entire valley and get back to the main city for your class change? That is the real issue you need to worry about right now. Trung Man whips around to look at her summon, begging him for help with puppy dog eyes. Little Jiang Than. What do we? But our skeleton bro just tilts his head, his glowing red eye sockets narrowing as he locks into calculate. Okay, so that's how it is. Seems things are getting pretty messy. Flexing his big brain, Jiang Than silently connects the dots and remembers that suspicious-looking NPC village chief with a giant exclamation mark over his head. If they're in the valley, that glitched dungeon anomaly she was talking about must have been triggered by some local NPC handing out a quest. Relying on his pro gamer mechanics knowledge, our boy keeps cooking his theory. Unlike Bear Mountain, the valley actually has a fully functional game system, complete with its own regular dungeons. So, if you want to trigger the hidden content, you gotta wait for the local NPCs to drop some quests tied to the dungeon. Flashes of mutated red spiders swarming everywhere and the quest to slay the possessed village chief pop into his head. Analyzing the danger, Jiang Than knows the Great Wilderness algorithm evolves over time, which means NPCs can trigger. Those resurrection tokens are also super random, so the RNG is completely off the charts. If we don't even know what the actual quest is, but still rush in to fight over it, the risk is just way too high for some trash loot. It's seriously too risky. Staring up at the steep-ass cliff, while the wind is literally howling, Jiang Chen just couldn't bring himself to walk away from this chance. Besides, an opportunity served on a silver platter is something he can't just ignore. The Beast Guild actually mobilized so many players for backup like this, so this quest has got to be insanely huge. His glowing red eyes in his hollow skull flashed with pure determination. Our boy made up his mind first. He's got to figure out what the quest is, and then he can plan his next move. It won't be too late. Right then, his eyes caught the swamp helmets and armor dropped by the dead guards. On the ground, still glowing with their stats, an absolute big brain idea popped right into his dry skull. Got it. After hearing this crazy-ass plan from the skeleton guy, Zhang Mingmeng was so shocked she threw her head back and screamed, shaking the entire valley. You said what? She dragged Jiang Chen, who was now fully suited up, in heavy armor, looking exactly like a regular player, right to the front. Zhang Mingmeng, sweating bullets, asked Hua Ran. Are you really having her lead us straight into the core zone of the valley? Yeah, that's right. As long as Jiang Chen wears your teammate's gear, absolutely. No one will be able to recognize us. But the moment she heard this insane plan, Hua Ran immediately noped out of there, turning around and waving her hand in flat refusal. Look, I just want to grind some cash. I don't want to get kicked out of the guild. No way I'm taking this job. For solo players like us, if we don't back ourselves with a guild, our future in this game is basically dead. Seeing their guide about to ditch them, Zhang Mingmeng quickly reached out to grab her, grit her teeth, and threw out a desperate offer. Bubbles. See? I'll throw in one more silver coin, which makes Hohenheim whip around in absolute fury, hands on her hips, lecturing her. Are you freaking clowning me right now, little sis? For that intel earlier, you casually threw down 50 silver coins, and now you expect one lousy silver coin to make me act as your tour guide? Truong man, sweating bullets but refusing to back down, argues back stubbornly. Then how much more do you want anyway? It's not like I'm broke. And besides, you literally just whipped out 50 silver coins like it was nothing. So you don't exactly look strapped for cash either. This makes Jiang Fan roll his eyes in exhaustion in the back, while Hoa Niem silently judges her, thinking this brat is seriously a major cheapskate. Who's gonna end up dead because of money? Right in the middle of their petty bickering, Jiang Fan calmly pulls out one shiny gold coin, making his stingy boss's heart literally break as she lunges to stop him. No, wait, don't, Jiang. Gone. Meanwhile, Hohenheim's eyes light up like actual fireworks as she squeals with pure joy. Oh my god, a gold coin! It's a deal. Locking in the agreement instantly, the red-haired knight pockets the cash and happily struts away to lead the way, but not before looking back to wink and lay down some ground rules. But let's get one thing straight first. I'm only taking you to the spot my guild sent. Me too. After that, you guys are on your own. Got it? Ignoring the female mage grumbling and cursing behind her, the greedy merchant leads them into the towering canyon. Walking in front, Hoa Niem warns them dead. Seriously, crossing this valley is super dangerous. You must follow my lead, and absolutely do not do anything stupid on your own. Truong Man rolls her eyes and pouts. Yeah, I get it. You already took the cash, so why are you nagging so much? She gets shut up instantly. Ahead of us, there aren't just elite monsters but also tons of other players. Watch your step. And whatever you do, don't let your guard down. Pointing toward the jagged, rocky mountain piercing the gloomy gray sky, Hohenheim gives them a detailed warning. Have your summon disguise itself as my teammate, and don't blow your cover. Along the way, whatever you do, do not summon any more skeleton soldiers or we'll get busted. Also, remember to toggle on your incognito mode to hide your player info. Which made our little lady sweat a bit and obediently nod her head. All right, got it. Then, the system interface popped up, showing a successful party invitation. You have successfully teamed up with Hohenheim, level 17 Holy Light Knight, and Truong Man, level 10 Necromancer. Hoa Niem confidently declared, all right, everyone's ready. Let's move out. The party XP will be split evenly. Wearing her cute bear hoodie, the little mage calculated with a grin. What about materials and gold coins? Let's do a 3-to-7 split. Hoa Niem could only wave her hand helplessly, laughing You really are a greedy gold digger. Fine, got it. Now, lead the way. After walking for a bit, into a narrow rocky crevice, Hoa Niem raised her shield to cover their front, cautiously warning, there are tons of minor mobs ahead, watch out or we'll get swarmed. I'll go first, with my shield raised to clear a path, then you follow. But she suddenly froze when she saw the weird look on her partner's face. Yep, looking at Truong Mon, man's smug grin as she stood hands on hips, then glancing over to Jiang Thon beside her, who was already channeling brilliant, dark lightning on his sword. Breaking a sweat, Hoa Niem asked, "What is up with that look on your face?" Sure, the mobs around the edge of the valley aren't high level, but there's a crazy amount of them. So they're no joke. The little lady turned up her nose with attitude. That's just because you haven't witnessed the epic power of my boy Jiang Thon yet. Before Hoa Niem could even worry any further, a massive, wide-range storm of dark lightning, packing absolutely terrifying destructive power, rained straight down from the sky, engulfing the entire area. Right in front of them, the ground split open and smoked as a swarm of giant land shark monsters got blasted to pieces by the lightning, leaving them lying dead all over the place. Right on cue, the system popped up to show Jiang Than's evolution points skyrocketed by plus 220. Completely jaw-dropped and losing her mind over that insane destructive power, red-haired Hoa Niem turned around, stammering and sweating bullets. So your skill can actually counter the small mobs around here? Zhong Meng Ma, hiding behind Jiang Tan's back, nodded with a smug grin, totally flexing. Heh, told you my Jiang Thun is a beast, right? Right away, the money-hungry boss lady pointed her finger to boss around their newly recruited errand girl, Hoa Niem. Didn't you just say I wasn't allowed to summon any more skeletons? So the looting duty goes to you then. Let's roll. Skeleton number 4. Go fetch those materials, making Hoa Niem lose her mind and scream at the top of her lungs, "What? Did I just become your walking backpack or something?" Even though she was dying of ×7 saltiness, gritting her teeth and flipping her messy red hair, the thought of the massive payout made Hoa Niem suck it up and accept her trash-picking fate. Whatever, since I still get a cut of the cash and experience, but don't get too ahead of yourself. This valley area is still packed with plenty of elite mobs. No sooner had she finished her warning when the system popped up a notification, alerting them that not far ahead, a level 15 elite monster, the giant stone golem, was waiting, making Hoa Niem nervously turn back to warn him, "We gotta work together to take this thing down." Meanwhile, as Jiang Thon casually pocketed another 400 evolution points. Out of nowhere, before the night girl could even lay out her plan, a bolt of dark lightning struck straight down from above, carrying an absolute path of destruction that ripped apart space. As it slammed down, Truong Man stood hands on hips, looking down at the dead monster's corpse, and smirked with a casual order, "Not that tough, huh? Let's go." Number 4, which made Hoa Niem grit her teeth in sheer annoyance, thinking, damn it, don't get cocky too soon. The Lightning Python Valley is still ahead. But just as those words were about to slip out, mouth, another pitch-black bolt of lightning struck down instantly and mercilessly, right along with a flashing notification of an extra 400 evolution points, leaving the giant snake's charred, crispy carcass. Behind, our little lady casually waved her hand and snidely scoffed. Meh. This thing wasn't even that tough. Let's roll. Seeing number 4 keep marching, Hoa Niem had to strain her neck to yell a warning in vain, "Don't get cocky too soon." Up ahead is the six-eyed demon, Spider. But sure enough, a brutal wave of dark electricity immediately enveloped the giant six-eyed monster spider, zapping it until it was completely fried, right in the middle of the clearing. Truong Man, he grinned from ear to ear, elbowing and teasing the red-haired knight who was currently standing frozen in shock. Hey, it's almost your turn to show off. But all skeleton number 4 got in return. It was a completely speechless look and a stream of helpless ellipses from Hoa Niem, snapping out All of it. Hoa Niam trembled, grabbing her head in a cold sweat as she screamed inwardly in sheer disbelief. How is this even possible? This is totally absurd. Is this really the combat power a level 10 player should have? Her eyes glued onto the broad back of the armored skeleton, her mind racing with endless questions. How does a summon even have its own skills? Did he get them from Hong Sol? And even if we don't count those skills, just looking at the way those dark lightning bolts flawlessly finished off the monster made Hoa Niam feel even more terrified. Such precise execution, it's almost like this summon has its own conscious thoughts. Suddenly, she glanced over at Truong Man Man, who was cupping her cheeks in pure bliss, muttering, "He he, Jiang Thun, he he." Hoa Niam swallowed hard, making a bold decision. I'm absolutely latching onto this powerhouse. Even if she's got a severe split personality, I don't care at all. However, this goofy comedy session didn't last long. From deep within the pitch-black forest right above the cliff, a terrifying and sudden wave of dark energy began to surge. Suddenly, the wind starts whipping around like crazy, and then a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. "Help! Save me! This gets Jiang Meng completely dazed, gasping. Huh? Meanwhile, Hua Ran immediately spins around and draws her sword to defend them, yelling a warning. Watch out! It's a player. Down a slope covered in dry leaves, this buff guy comes charging down like a madman, chasing after a young boy, swinging his fists and growling viciously. You little bastard, I'm gonna rip you apart. Totally ignoring the kid who is crying his eyes out, begging for his life, Meng points in utter shock. Whoa, it's a kid. And that guy. Just then, the mage girl's eyes catch a shiny badge pinned to the chest of the kid running for his life. And she gasps, wait, isn't he also a player from the Tiger Beast Guild? Flying through the air in a total freefall, the kid desperately screams, confirming exactly what they were wondering. No, it's not just that. He's a player from the Tiger Beast Guild too. Watching from below, Jiang Meng stares in utter confusion and turns to ask, wait, why does the Tiger Beast Guild, I have a kid working for them? What on earth is going on? Hua Ran frowns, trying to guess. Could he be logged into someone else's account? But right away, the red-haired knight shuts down her own theory, explaining with a serious face, no, that's impossible. Didn't the tutorial mention? When you make an account, the game guide says, the Great Wilderness character creation basically mirrors your real-world physical appearance. Right as they're talking, the kid hits the dirt and runs for his life straight toward our trio, screaming in relief. Oh, thank God, we're on the same side. Thank goodness, please save me. That guy's completely lost it. He captured my friend. Just then, his attacker slams both feet hard onto the ground, causing a shockwave that shatters the rocks around him. Emerging from the thick dust, the giant glares up, his face twisted with pure bloodlust. Insane, murderous aura, roaring to show off his power. Who would have thought? You beastkin punks still had backup. Even if yours truly has to ditch. This gear, his steel-armored fist, clenched tight, and the surrounding air instantly twisted and compressed into a terrifying, glowing burst of power. He stomped his feet and blasted forward like a cannonball at insane speed, roaring in absolute rage. I will slaughter every last one of you. Overwhelmed by that insane, murderous aura, the kid froze in sheer terror, spun around, and bolted, screaming in total despair. Arr! In a flash, the skeleton guy flew over, grabbed them both, and sprinted for his life. She clenched, her teeth clutching her chest, cursing in frustration. My ears are ringing. The red-haired knight panicked. Turning around, she saw Truong Manhemen's soul, literally leaving her body, babbling incoherent gibberish. Hoan Hiem broke out into a sweat and cursed. Is she stunned? Realizing they were in deep trouble, without any backup, Hoa Niem quickly glanced at the silent, armored guy standing behind her, nervously wondering, but what about this summon? Standing as a shield in front of her, Zhang Thon calmly glanced back through the visor of his helmet, showing cold, bloodshot eyes that made Hoa Niem break a cold sweat as she analyzed the situation. If she didn't order the summon to help us escape, but since she's totally knocked out, can a summon even move on its own? But Jiang Thon didn't flinch. Instead, he stepped forward silently to shield her, letting Hoa Niem breathe a small sigh of relief as she warily sized up the enemy. This guy is a first advancement storm brawler. His super armor and physical destruction attributes are a hard counter to me. Still, as she looked closer, the brawler was kneeling on one knee, sweating bullets and gasping for breath, coughing and hacking, while a bunch of bleeding and poisoning debuffs popped up over him. She let out a sigh of relief and smirked. Well, his health bar is already on life support anyway. Seeing this, the kid hiding behind hurriedly shrieked, urging the skeleton, "Yo, aren't you a swordsman? He's basically half dead. Finish him off already. If that brawler activates his buff, he'll be a total nightmare to deal with." But Jiang Chen just stood there watching, his gut screaming that something was off. His eyes flicked over the system panel, which showed that the kid was just a level 11, unclassed hunter. He silently put the pieces together. This kid looked like a total noob hunter who hadn't even advanced at level 11, yet he somehow pushed a level 18 first-class storm brawler into such a miserable corner. On top of that, the gear on that brawler didn't look cheap at all. Across from them, the brawler was hacking up blood, sweating bullets while glaring daggers at them. He growled in absolute fury, asking a loaded question. Why would someone take such a beating and still refuse to run, but choose to fight to the death? You dirty scumbags. The team had no clue why they were suddenly getting trashed. The red-haired knight, Hoa ran, flushed, with rage, pointing her finger and snapping back. Who the hell are you calling scum? You threw hands right away without even talking first. Ignoring her explanation, the muscular dude went completely wild, stomping the ground, sending rocks flying as he screamed with pure hatred, "I've got nothing to say to you, trash. Usually, I'd let your garbage behavior slide, but today, you pulled this dirty trick on me." His entire body flared up with a deep red aura, like blazing fire. When the system announced the activation of his bloody battle dance skill, he roared, unleashing a wind-splitting kick. "I'm taking you down with me." He's buffed up. A fiery fist, packed with devastating force, came crashing down, literally crushing the space around them. Hoa Ran saw the skeleton in front of her, just standing there like an idiot. So she rushed forward in a panic, shoved him away, and screamed, "Get out of the way!" In a split second, right at that clutch, do-or-die moment, the red-haired knight swung her shield, condensing a placine, blazing holy light to completely tank that heavy, thunderous punch, triggering an explosion that was absolutely deafening and shook everyone around. Blocked by his teammates, from behind, that robed skeleton dude just stood there, chillin' with his arms crossed, watching the drama unfold, nodding along as he spat out a totally dry comment. Not half bad. That massive impact sent the fighter flying backward, coughing up blood with his eyes wide, absolutely stunned by the blazing defensive shield right in front of him, gasping out, hoarsely, cough. A holy knight. Pushed to her limit, Hoa Niem snapped, boiling with rage as she unleashed her full power, painting the whole screen gold and blasting her opponent away. Her eyes burned with pure fury as she growled, with ultimate authority, "You really thought I was a pushover? You can't even speak like a normal human, so just go die." She then swung her weapon to cast Spear of the Sanctuary, triggering a blazing strike that launched that muscle-bound freak straight backward. The fighter slammed hard against the stone wall, a burning brand of light seared onto his chest, making him let out an agonizing scream. Before he could even process what happened, his face was suddenly lit up by a beam of dark purple light that ripped through space, causing his eyes to widen in sheer panic as he gasped, "Wait, what?" Instantly, a bolt of dark lightning struck straight down to finish him off. The system coldly announced that player Hiu Fong had died, adding 150 evolution points to Zhang Than's point pool. Seeing their enemy get wiped out, the young hunter happily ran over, laughing out loud, "Haha, it's so awesome to meet up with my own people again." He looked at that big dummy and then turned to Jiang Than, who was busy looting the dropped gear, shouting excitedly, "No way, you're actually a magic swordsman? Awesome, that means his gear is mine now." The kid hugged those iron gauntlets glowing with a soft blue light, his eyes sparkling with pure excitement, burning with greed. "I'm grabbing that shiny green gear." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was quietly watching and judging the kid's looting skills. It was insanely smooth. Sensing something fishy, Hua Ran stepped up, looking super suspicious, and demanded in a sharp voice, "Hey, whose squad are you in? How come I don't know you?" But the kid just casually waved her off with a shrug. "Don't sweat the small stuff, lady. It's totally normal that you don't know me." Without giving the red-haired knight a second to ask more, the kid spun around and ran back up the dirt slope, urgently calling out, "Hurry up, follow me," leaving Waran completely stunned. "What? Go where?" The kid just waved his hand and shouted back, "There's more over there. Tons of loot left." His tiny figure quickly darted deep into the dark, dense forest, his voice echoing back to guide them. "This way, don't get lost." Along the way, the kid turned around, grinning and babbling away. "So lucky we're on the same side. Otherwise, we would have wasted our time. We're almost there. And you guys are absolutely going to have your minds blown." This got Hua Ran super curious, so she pried, "Hey, who is this boss you're talking about?" Flashing a sly, smug grin, the kid proudly declared, "My boss is the Ghost Bat," making the red-haired knight gasp in utter shock. "What? Ghost Bat?" Still highly skeptical, Hua Ran questioned, "Hasn't that guy been doing chores for the Faust guild leader ever since his promotion? He should be in the core zone, so why is he fooling around with you guys on the outskirts of the core area?" But all she got in return was a hearty laugh from the kid. "Ha, ha. We've been camping out here for several days now." The kid kept bragging about their juicy jackpot. "Luckily, our boss hooked us up with this sweet gig. We're making a killing this time." Making the armored skeleton behind him let out a low growl, letting out a calculated HM puff. Then, out of nowhere, they froze in their tracks. From right below the pitch-black slope, a raspy, desperate voice started begging, "Please, just freaking kill me already. I'm so done with this trash game." Jiang Chen just stared down, completely chill, and muttered. And right there, they saw this messed up sight. A battered player tied up upside down, dangling in midair. He was literally groaning, "Just kill me," while the system kept spamming flashing red warnings. "Warning, your health is critically low. Watch out." Talk about a brutal setup. Once you're caught in these traps, there is absolutely no way to access the system menu, to rage quit or log out of this nightmare. Seeing his masterpiece, the little brat pumped his fist, all hyped up. "Oh, we're here, we're here. This is the spot." But Hua Ran's face instantly lost all color. She glared in absolute rage, yelling, "What the hell? You little punks!" Actually, right below them was a massive, cleverly hidden pit, packed with blood-stained spikes. A desperate hand reached out from the depths, surrounded by those annoying, glitching system pop-ups. "Warning, your health is critically low. Watch out. Zero mercy." The little hunter kid just smugly pointed at another poor soul tied up tight against a tree trunk. Pretty sick, right? I totally designed this trap myself. Completely ignoring the system's relentless red flashing alerts. Warning. Your health is critically low. Watch out. The entire dark forest was basically littered with players agonizingly writhing. In these traps, one guy wailed miserably. Ugh. Just let me go. I don't want to play this anymore. You absolute beasts. Go to hell. Right then, the kid turned around, his eyes glowing a creepy, blood red, and sneered. This is our personal hunting ground. Face to face with this psycho level of cruelty, Hua Ran was literally shaking. She pointed her finger and screamed, "How could you guys?" Meanwhile, Jiang Chen just crossed his arms, thinking, "Yep, called it. These brats are actually hunting down the problem players." The kid slammed his foot down on one of the victims, smirking as he explained his dirty. How dirty is that? Pretty slick, right? On top, out of that, they keep all the gear they randomly looted, but unless it's a last resort, they won't slaughter them just to avoid leaking the news. Absolutely livid at this filthy behavior, Hoan Him grit her teeth and thought, using a freaking kid to lower players' guard and hunt them like a game? Then she coldly confronted him face to face. Does the guild leader know about this? Put on the spot, the kid suddenly flipped his attitude, tilting his head to look at her in confusion. Hoa Niem, why did you take your hood off? Didn't you absolutely hate being recognized? Right at that moment, out of the thick-ass fog, a tall, buff, and thug-like guy walked out with his squad under the tag Ghost. That squad. With Shadow Leopard floating over his head, he smirked like a creep. You a girl, huh? This Shadow Leopard dude stepped right up to Jiang Chen, grabbing his heavy-duty cloak with a greedy look, saying, "Heh, this gear looks crazy expensive. Bro, where did you guys swipe this shit from?" But before his greedy hands could even touch it, a blade forged from dark lightning coldly slashed at his throat without a second thought. Stumbling back in absolute horror, the Shadow Leopard turned pale, waving his hands to back off. Magic. Swordsman bro? Chill out. I won't mess with you guys. We're all Lake Beast crew here. We're on the same team, right? Sweating bullets, he cursed this little shit in his head, wondering how he was so damn fast, then forced a smile at Hoa Niem. Hoa Niem, looks like you finally bagged away better, teammate. Regaining her sassy attitude, Hoa Niem tilted her chin up to threaten him. Since, you better watch your step around me. While, in his mind, he was low-key in absolute awe. This rich chick was seriously insane. Even when she's down like this, she can still manipulate her summons like a boss. But when she accidentally, Tin peeked through the gap inside the skeleton's armor, only to see Trong. Manhwa still totally passed out with her tongue sticking out, sleeping like a baby. The red-haired knight was completely dumbfounded and wondered, wait, is this chick actually faking being knocked out right now? Then he nodded, low-key hyping up this insane strategy. Talk about sneaky, but totally clutch. Out of nowhere, right in the middle of the tension, the sound of all hurried footsteps came rushing in, shattering the quiet. Some low-level goon's voice rang out, sounding super hyped to take credit. Boss, I got some epic news. You're finally back. That trash fist fighter guy, I already dealt with him. Suddenly, the massive shadow of the boss loomed tall in the silent fog, making the rookie hunter kid look up and timidly squeak, "Be boss." Out of nowhere, the leader swung his hand and slapped him clean across the face. The kid hit the dirt hard as the boss barked furiously. You still got the nerve to show your face, you absolute trash? You couldn't even handle a simple task like this and let them escape. Clutching his face, the kid dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. I'm so sorry, boss. I swear I'll never mess up again. Meanwhile, the boss just coldly waved his hand, ordering, get moving. and clean up this mess already. He told them to. Hurry up, making the kid scramble to obey. Yes, boss. Got it. Losing her temper, Hoa Niem stepped up, demanding answers in a rage. Hey, does the guildmaster even know about the shady stuff your squad is pulling? But the boss just turned his back on her. Shrug. Jing it off. Guildmaster? I only take orders. From my big bro, Devil Step. He turned his head, only for her to snatch his collar as he sneered, with a mocking grin, digging for info. You're also from the Shadow Swamp squad sent here to guard the valley, aren't you? This only made Hoa Niem lose her cool even more, snapping back. What does that have to do with you? Answer my question. But the boss just coldly brushed her hands off, shrugging as he said, it's literally just capturing a few random players. Is it really that big of a deal, huh? Before wrapping it up, in an overbearing tone, listen up and get this straight. Right now, everyone from the Outer Valley, all the way to our squad has to obey the big boss, and you're no exception to Ghost Bat's orders. This leaves Hoa Niem completely stunned as she gasps. What? We have to follow his orders? He continues to explain. That's right. It's tied to the hidden dungeon in this valley. Hearing this, the skeleton pats her shoulder. Yeah, I get it, she snaps. So stop patting me. Ignoring her, the leader turns away and commands. If you don't want to get kicked out of the valley, then take your squad members and follow me to the valley's core zone. They silently make their way into the deep, dark, dense forest. The commander, walking ahead, calls back. We're almost there. Go straight to Ghost Bat. He'll assign a new mission to your squad. Looking down from the hillside, a kid waves and shouts, Hey, the goods are here. The guards look up in confusion. What are you guys? Meanwhile, Hoa Niem lets out a heavy, tired sigh. This is seriously mind-blowing. A bustling campsite unfolds down in the valley. The kid happily brags, We got a ton of stuff. Today, hurry up and get to work. The crowd below starts clamoring for their share. Can I get that stamina-boosting accessory? Hey, Hoa, I heard you almost let them escape this time. Who told you that absolute garbage? Hoa Niem watches this scene and shudders inside. This is a notorious hunting ground specifically used to hunt outsiders. Right before her eyes, children are struggling, straining their necks to drag bloody sacks, stuffed with players. The guard urges them on, puts them back into it. The system keeps flashing its cold, emotionless warning. Your health is critically low. Please, be careful. Hoa Niem feels a pang of pity. Even the low-level grunts are no exception. They're all just kids. What's more, the class of all these children is Hunter. The commander leans in close to her face and spouts some hypocritical excuse. Quit being so shameless. Wipe that grumpy look off your face. These kids are all orphans. So, honestly, they just need to survive. This whole thing is basically charity work if you think about it. Walking behind them, Jiang Chen stroked his chin, quietly analyzing what these guys were up to. The tiger beasts hired all these kids just to hunt down players and hoard all the cash. The skeleton's eyes locked onto those sacks that were squirming desperately. Looks like they found a major loophole in the unfinished system back when the game first launched. But besides hoarding gear, it seemed they were also targeting consumables, while keeping a total media blackout. Glancing at the biggest tent, his genius brain instantly put two and two together. It's gotta be for a hidden quest. The leader shoved Hoa Niem's shoulder and barked, Just try touching me again. Jiang Chen followed close behind and made up his mind. What kind of hidden quest is this anyway? Looks like he had to keep following her around the camp to gather some more intel on this hidden quest. Even so, he still noticed how off this proud girl was acting. Her face was totally slumped, sad, and completely silent. Honestly, she seemed a bit weird. Seeing his sugar mommy in a bad mood, Jiang Chen reached out and gently patted her back to comfort her. Don't sweat it. I'm good. I remember the deal between us. Hoa Niem gasped slightly, turning around. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she thought, well, this is the first time a summoned beast comforted me. Feels pretty weird. Her sadness was quickly brushed away. She blinked and flashed her usual bright, confident smile. Let's go. Time to head to the camp center and check out our new quest. A large STO. Hand pulled back the ragged, dusty tent flap, and she stepped right into the central headquarters of these bandits. The moment she walked in, all the tough guys inside instantly whipped their heads around, their eyes staring hard at the girl with greedy, lustful eyes. Yo, look over there. Check out who just showed up. The whispers and gossip started buzzing nonstop. Hey, isn't that Hoa Niem? Why the hell did she take off her helmet? I heard she was supposed to be kind of hot. But damn, I didn't expect her to be this gorgeous. Rumor has it, Ghost Bat wanted to draft her squad into his crew. But she ended up breaking his nose, drafting my ass. That was probably just trying to put her in his harem. If she had just ridden Ghost Bat's coattails back then, she'd be living large by now, right? Well, today's not too late either. She even took off her helmet, just for Ghost Bat this time. Haha. The crowd kept throwing trash talk. But honestly, who knows? Ghost Bat is busy sucking up to the guild leader right now. He probably won't even bat an eye at her anymore. Hoa Niem could only grit her teeth and take it as they dragged her past, out to mock her. Hey, heard she grew up in some orphanage, and all her homies are just a bunch of cripples. An orphanage? Man, this dump of a camp is perfect for her. Then, haha. Overhearing the whole drama, Jiang Chen finally put the pieces together. So, that's why. No wonder she absolutely despised seeing those kids get used like that. Just then, the guide leader guy stepped up, wearing a serious face, and told Hoa Niem, listen. Hoa Niem, I've got a word of advice for you. I know where you come from, and I know you and Ghost Bat have beef, but take my advice. He glared at her, warning, when you see Ghost Bat again, don't do anything stupid. Put the guild's interests first. Yeah, what they're doing to those orphans is messed up, and anyone would hate to see it. But at the end of the day, this is a gold mine. He finished with cold, heartless ruthlessness. If you screw this up, we're not backing you up. He pointed to the pile of loot to soften the blow, gently. Except for health potions. Any recovery items are hands off, but the rest of the gear here, you'll get a cut. So, bear with it for now, okay? Backed into a corner, Hoa Niem hung her head, gritting her teeth, as she mumbled, I get it. But inside, she couldn't help but mocking to her own pathetic helplessness. Hoa Niem, oh Hoa Niem, how the hell could you forget that? Stomping past the beefy guards, the young girl cursed under her breath. This trash game is seriously as messed up as real life. Trying to shake off the doom and gloom, she spun around to glare at the little lady hiding deep inside Jang Than's armor, venting her frustration with some sarcasm. Hey, rich kid, from now on, I'm calling you Cash Cow. And your summon? I'll call it a cheap scooter. Hearing that, Jiang Than was completely speechless. He sighed internally. What a trash naming sense. Stepping through the dark curtain of the tent, the red-haired knight decisively pulled back the flap and stepped inside, turning to say shortly, let's move, we're in. The flickering lantern hanging from the top of the tent swayed gently, casting a dim, eerie light onto the suffocating space below. Right before their eyes was a fat, bald, sweaty guy groaning in pure pleasure as he got a massage. Oh, so much fire. Not bad. Not bad at all. He smugly threw his head back laughing, ordering his lackeys, ha ha ha, catching this many chicks? You guys really are the best. Keep up the good work. Once the guild is done with their business, I'll let you guys have your fun with those chicks until you're satisfied. Then strip them of their gear and dump them. While his kiss-ass servant cringed and stuttered, "Thank you, Hoa." Niam closed her eyes, gritting her teeth in disgust as she spat. Damn it. Feels like I'm looking at a writhing piece of lard. Like that. The bat demon. Hearing that familiar voice, the creepy bat demon flinched and whipped around, his bulging eyes widening in utter shock. You're Hoa Niam, but she just tilted her chin up, shutting him up cold. Hoa Niam, why the hell did you take off your Ospinus helmet anyway? What's it to you, punk? I heard you're the one handing out the new quests now. In contrast to her sharp attitude, the bat demon just smirked pervertedly and stepped closer. Ha, you really are my absolute favorite type. Too bad you always gotta act like. Before the creep could even finish his sentence, Hoa Niam swung her knee with devastating force straight into the fat bastard's crotch, putting him in his place. Keep it business, she spat coldly. The brutal blow made him double over, squealing in agony. Ugh, that hurts so good. Surprisingly, the fat creep didn't lose his temper. Sweating bullets, he let out a sick grin, his face flushed, red as he panted. So fierce. I think I like you even more now. Hoa Niam took in a step back, her eyes filled with absolute disgust, looking at him like he was a pile of trash. What? Do you love getting trashed by me that much, you piece of garbage? But he only groaned in sick pleasure. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Getting somewhat serious? The bat demon wobbled, spreading his arms wide with a smug grin, and laid out the job. Well, as you can see, guarding this camp is your brand new mission. Heading deeper inside takes you to the core zone, dungeon of the valley, and your job is to keep other players from breaking in. That is your exact job. Hoa Niam narrowed her eyes, asking suspiciously, and why the hell do we have to do that? He reached up to adjust his monocle, acting incredibly arrogant and smug. Huh? You're asking me why? Well, I can't tell you that unless you know what I mean. Then his face darkened with a threat. Don't push your luck. I'm already in a pretty bad mood right now. Ignoring his threat, Hoa Niam straight up gets in his face and demands answers. Did the guild leader know about those kids? The dude just smirks right back, looking all smug. Of course he knew, he replies. Who do you think planned this? Let me tell you something, Hoa Niam, don't take things so seriously. That bat-faced creep's mug, half hidden in the dim shadows, twists into a nasty grin, aimed right at her weak spot. Hoa Niam, didn't you want to climb to the top? You still have to feed those little siblings of yours, don't you? Right now is your golden ticket. He spreads his arms wide, looking way too confident as his sleazy eyes scan her up and down. Team up with me, and I guarantee you'll walk away with the biggest cut of the money. Well, what do you say? I'll even let it slide that you messed up my nose before, and won't hold it against you anymore. Then he drops his ultimate move, bold as brass. Be my woman. Just as his filthy hand reaches out to touch Hoa Niam, a cold, steel-armored hand snaps out from nowhere and grabs his wrist in a vice grip, catching the guy totally off guard. Shoving his hand away, Hoa Niam glares at him with pure rage, spitting out, if that mouth of yours can only spew garbage, then let me shut it up for good. But the creep isn't backing down either, snapping back. All the supplies in this camp are meant for the guild leader. If you ruin his plans, you won't to be able to handle the heat. Do you seriously think the leader still cares about you like he did back when the guild was first starting out? You stubborn fool, Hoa Niam. The fat guy throws his head back, laughing triumphantly as he holds up a glowing ring, gloating in her face. I told you a long time ago that the leader had his eyes on you, but you kept acting all high and mighty. Well, look at you now. Nobody can save you anymore. See, in this? Right now, I'm the guild leader's main guy. This ring is my ticket to the big leagues. Once the boss finishes setting up the core zone, I'll be getting in on those top-tier missions too. This quest. The system immediately displays the info for the special quest item, the Lamb's Psi Trial Ring. This challenge ring was gifted by a super shady NPC, telling him to show the lamb what he's got. Meanwhile, that trash devil bat starts spitting some vile, toxic insults. Why don't you just rot here as the director of this trashy orphanage? He sneers, completely ticking off Hoa Niem, making her curse out loud. You total piece of trash. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is just standing, silently in the back, his glowing red eyes under his helmet, flashing with a cold, deadly glare as soon as he hears about this quest item. That's when Devil Bat finally notices the cloaked dude standing right behind her. He scowls and asks, who the heck are you? How come I've never seen you before? Are you another one of her pathetic, crippled siblings? If my memory serves me right, but before he can even finish his trash talk, a massive, pitch-black greatsword, wrapped in a vileo, raging storm of dark lightning, rips through the air and slams straight into the ground, oozing pure menace. Devil Bat's eyes pop out of his skull, and cold sweat starts pouring down. He completely freezes up, unable to utter a single word under the overwhelming, crushing pressure. Then, a sudden burst of dark energy explodes, blasting the fat pig high into the air, making him thrash around and shriek at the top of his lungs. No, stop. Getting absolutely wrecked inside the dense, black lightning. He roars in sheer panic and rage. What the hell? What are you doing? Hoa Niem, you. How dare you cheap shot me? How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you guys have a death wish or something? While Jiang Chen just stands there, totally chill, doing the math. Hey, of course that didn't kill him. He must be rocking some defensive gear, huh? What a slippery bastard. Struggling desperately to get away, the fat bat raises his hands to channel magic, screaming furiously to counterattack. Get off me, shadow magic, dark void orbs. Go to hell, you freak. The jet black orbs shoot out like crazy, only to vanish into thin air the very second they touch his opponent's cloak. The fat pig's jaw completely drops as he looks. His monocle cracks as sweat pours down his face. Ugh, how is this possible? Taking a direct hit of a whole barrage of dark magic orbs without even a single scratch. The armored guy slowly steps out of the electric smoke, making the bat demon shake with pure terror, stuttering out. You took a bunch of my shadow orbs directly. How are you completely fine? What kind of freaking monster are you anyway? The system quietly scans Jiang Than's abnormal stats, showing a magic resistance of 356, physical resistance of 130, elemental resistance of 980, along with a bunch of damage immunity stats, like 80% resistance to the prize dark element, 40% resistance to the fire element, 15% resistance to the water element, 95% resistance to the lightning element, 90% resistance to the dark holy element, 80% resistance to the poison element, 40% resistance to slashing attacks, and 50% resistance to heavy blunt attacks. Realizing he just messed with the wrong guy, the fat dude frantically waves his hands, crying and begging. Wait, don't kill me. We can work this out. We can totally negotiate. We can even team up. Isn't it just about the gear? Look, I'll give it all to you. But the black sword was already raised, accompanied by a freezing cold voice. You talk way too much. I'm already sick of hearing that crap. His blood-red eyes flashed with ruthless intent as Jiang Than put all his strength into the strike. A massive surge of dark energy gathered on the roaring blade, crackling with power. A massive, pitch-black lightning bolt carrying absolute destructive force, slammed straight down, wiping out the enemy mid-scream. In final despair, his charred corpse dropped heavily onto the ground with a thud. The cold voice of the system announced that player Bat Demon is dead. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen glanced down at the corpse and muttered, "Humph." 2 rings. The system screen flashed, revealing the 2 items that just dropped. One of them was a level 10 Stone Giant's ring, with plus 785 health, plus 1,200 energy, plus 50 magic resistance, plus 100 physical resistance, and the unique passive, Giant's Heart, 100% blocks a fatal attack. Under level 40. Cooldown is 12 hours. When the owner of this gear gets killed, the cooldown will reset instantly. This gift from the Stone Giant might look weak, but it's enough to keep you alive. Hope you never have to use it, dear player. Special quest item, the Challenge Ring of the Pressed. Morning Lamb Spirit. Suitable for levels under level 40. The ring was gifted by a weird NPC. Show off your skills to the Lamb Spirit. This quest hasn't been finalized yet. Jiang Chen casually picks up the loot, stroking his bony chin with a smirk. Nice loot. This piece of trash actually had this kind of top-tier, life-saving accessory. Guess his loot from the valley was no joke. There's another one, which is the quest ring of the little lamb. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses the OP defense ring to the red-haired knight, who is currently standing there frozen. Here, take this lifesaver, he says, giving it to her. This makes Hua Ran catch it in a panic, sweating bullets as she screams, "Are you out of your mind? Killing him means we are so dead." Aside from the little lamb, he totally ignored the panic of the female guide. In Jiang Chen's mind, he instantly connected the images of the giant dark shadow with the evil goat horns. He excitedly concluded, "An undead type NPC boss? I'm definitely taking this quest." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Jiang Chen casually muttered, "Since we've got all the intel," leaving Hua Ran behind in complete bewilderment, running after him and shouting, "Hey, where are you going? You aren't planning to do what I think you are, right?" His movement speed surged, and his black sword flared with brutal sparks of electricity. Jiang Chen was burning with battle spirit. He had to hurry to A2, the dungeon area, to snatch the quest. Just as he eagerly rushed out of the tent, his shoulder accidentally bumped hard into a bulky soldier carrying a wooden barrel, causing the wine to spill out. The dude loses his mind and starts barking, "Yo, you spilled my freaking drink. You little punk. Are you blind or what?" Stopping dead in his tracks, Jiang Chen slowly spins his head around, his eyes glowing blood red through the slit of his helmet, glaring with pure ice. Then, a low, menacing voice rumbles out, "Who are you calling blind?" Without saying another word, Jiang Chen grips his massive sword as dark lightning crackles all over it, making a cold-blooded decision right then and there. If they want to fight, fine. He's about to wipe out every single Beast Tribe player in this whole damn camp. Time to clean house. The second that thought crosses his mind, he spins around and unleashes a savage hurricane of sword energy that rips right through the air, shredding every single obstacle in its way. This sudden black vortex blasts a wooden table straight into the air, making a soldier who was just chilling and drinking jump out of his skin. He screams in absolute panic, "Yo, what the hell is going on?" The shockwave sends his wooden mug flying, slamming it onto the ground and shattering it into pieces. Foamy, golden beer splashes all over the place. Hearing the commotion, another dude nearby frowns and turns his head around, grumbling with an annoyed look on his face. "Ugh, what the hell are they making? Such a racket for over there?" But before the guy can even process what's happening, Jiang Chen lunges forward and slits his throat, instantly deleting him. The system, and for the noon har, and replying stub un dot. pings with a plus 100 evolution points notification, making the surrounding soldiers completely lose their minds and scream, "Is this punk looking for a fight?" He just slaughtered Sun Duong, literally slit his throat, and butchered him. Seeing her teammate suddenly go absolutely berserk, Hoa Niem panics and grabs the young lady's shoulder, sweating bullets and whining. "Hey, little rich girl, what the hell are you actually doing right now? Since when do you just go around slashing people for no reason? We are so screwed. It is officially over. Everything is ruined." Tuning out, the red-haired knight's constant nagging, the skeleton just coldly stares with his glowing red eyes to size up his targets. The players around here are basically just level 14, and they're all they only have basic classes, not even mages or paladins in sight. So, our boy silently and confidently made a plan. A bunch of rookies like this pose zero threat. While the enemies were busy grabbing their weapons and shouting, "What was going on? Looking to die? You picked the wrong spot. Kill him." But just then, the leader suddenly stepped out, raising his hand to stop them. "Hold on. Don't be hasty. Let me talk to him." The leader marched forward aggressively, gritted his teeth, and angrily barked, "Hey, you from Hua Ran Squad, what the hell is wrong with you? Don't you want the gear anymore?" With a super arrogant and bossy face, he pointed straight down at the ground, threatening the cloaked guy. "I'll give you two choices right now. First choice, leave all your gear right here and log out." However, just as he was loudly threatening him with the second option, Jiang Chen had already silently channeled a surge of powerful dark lightning into his sword. Without letting the guy finish rambling about his choices, a slash wrapped in black lightning flew out, hitting the leader straight in the face. The leader clutched his face and screamed in pure agony. "Ah!" While his crew panicked and shouted, "He's from the Hua Ran Squad. Damn it, that punk really was up to no good." Without a second thought, the entire camp went wild, drawing their weapons and rushing him. One guy loudly ordered, "Damn it! Is the Hua Ran Squad trying to rebel? Everyone, attack! Where are the archers? Check his class and grab him." Watching the frantic crowd surging to surround him, Jiang Chen just smiled wickedly under his armor. A massive brawl? Awesome. If they had kept their distance and faced me one by one, it actually would have been hard to escape. Right then, an archer aimed straight at his target, pulled back his bow, and yelled to trigger multi-shot. Using his scan skill, countless sharp arrows rained down from the sky, heading straight toward Jiang Chen. The archer's targeting system, is beeping like crazy, trying to lock onto him. But despite the heavy rain of arrows pouring down, the armored skeleton dude just gives a cold glance up, glaring with pure killer intent as he mutters. In the blink of an eye, he grabs a dead body to shield himself from the arrows, causing the system to announce that this meat shield is dead. With such a low-level skill, there is absolutely no way to scan him. The archer gets pissed off and screams. He used a corpse to block it. I can't lock onto him, and I can't even scan his stats. But another sharp-eyed dude shouts out, "You idiot, look at his sword. It's got lightning enchantment on it. This guy is a magic swordsman, so stay the hell away from him. Magic swordsmen don't have any long-range skills, so keep your distance and back off." Hearing their strategy, Jiang Chen's glowing red eyes slightly narrow in amusement. "Keep your distance? Huh?" At the same time, he instantly triggers his skill, Bone Armor Assault, Arrow Mode. In a flash, a bone arrow wrapped in black lightning rips right through the enemy lines, heading straight for the enemy's hiding spot, accompanied by a roar, "Found you, you bastard!" The arrow tears through the wind, flying straight into the archer's head, while Jiang Chen calmly comments, "Archers are always priority targets. Attacking first and giving away your location really did me a huge favor." Seizing the chance, the dude unleashes a barrage of lightning-charged bone arrows from his body, sweeping the area to empty his stock, prioritizing chipping away at their HP bars, sending the soldiers into a total panic as they scream in agony. Arg! What the hell is this? Meanwhile, the system alerts a drop in races, his arrow count to 7 out of 50. Seeing their formation ripped to shreds, a massive shield-bearing knight charges forward to block, cursing under his breath. Damn it. How does a magic swordsman have long-range skills? He shoves his ally out of the way. Get back! Let me! The knight slams his shield into the ground to defend, yelling out orders to his squad. I don't care what his class is. What? Lock him down first. Ranged units. His skills are annoying as hell. Restrict his movements. Looking at the clunky, sluggish look of that copy-paste giant shield-bearer, Jiang Chen silently judges him with utter disgust. These scrubs are slow. So slow, nothing but openings everywhere. Suddenly, the skeleton hurls a massive wooden table straight into that trash shield, shattering it, making the knight gasp in shock. What the? Splinters of wood fly everywhere, completely blocking his vision. The knight breaks into a cold sweat, panicking, a smoke, capitalizing on that deadly blind end spot. Jiang Chen blitzes forward like a bolt of black lightning, slamming his massive sword ruthlessly down on his enemy's head, cold-heartedly scoffing. Who do you think you're looking down on? Terrified by the ghostly speed of Ask this armored monster, the assassin's eyes pop out as he breaks into a cold sweat, crying out. He's too damn fast. Seizing the perfect opening, Jiang Chen swings his blade, unleashing dark lightning strikes directly onto the enemy, while casually roasting them. The gaps in your armor are nothing but weaknesses. Every joint is a target. A low-tier scrub, like you, wearing heavy armor is just asking to get weighed down, making your movement speed painfully slow. The dark blade plunges into the ground after a clean finish. Our boy cold-heartedly spits out a harsh, savage roast, too weak, while pocketing another 100 evolution points. The brutal, bloody scene makes the surrounding players back away in absolute panic, screaming, "Yo, what the hell is going on? He literally soloed over a dozen guys already. Since when did Ho and Hiem have such an op lackey?" Meanwhile, Jiang Chen is casually doing the math. Looks like I can farm a ton of evolution points right here. The skeleton slowly tilts his iron helmet, glaring at the remaining mobs, wondering to himself, they got long-range attacks and magic damage too. Is that a hidden class? Then he suddenly freezes. Wait. On the other side, the assassin draws a glowing red dagger, taking a stance, and says, I have no idea. But honestly, his level probably isn't even that high. But damn, he's a straight-up beast at PvP, constantly aiming for weak spots. Bro's way more of an assassin than you'll ever be. Right away, his knight teammate shuts him up, telling him to pipe down and get to work. As the elite squad directly under the Viper Guild's vice leader stands frozen, sizing up the two new challengers, Jiang Chen silently analyzes the playing field. A swordsman and an assassin with 0 support classes looks like a straight-up hyper-offensive setup. Stat-wise, we definitely have the upper hand, but their levels are still kinda high. Making a quick deal before throwing hands, our Ficht boy dashes forward like a freaking hurricane, activating a skill to buff his speed by 20%, and calling out to his boss babe in the back. Standard rules apply. Once they're dead, you get the materials and gear, and I pocket all the gold. The high-speed clash kicks off. The enemy knight swings his sword like crazy, shouting in total shock. He made his move. This dude is freaking OP, as expected from the vice leader's hand-picked goon, to actually keep up with my speed. Not half bad. Blocking a heavy slam from the enemy, Jiang Chen scowls, doing some quick mental math. His opponent's skill is basic, but that high level is annoying. If they drag this out, they might straight up fail the quest. Suddenly, The system interface pops up with an evil eye icon and a progress bar showing 0 out of 1000. He ponders, recalling that the Sigh of the Lamb gaze is actually a selective trial quest. You gotta hit the target score in a designated zone to max out the gaze meter and pass the trial. Before you can summon that lamb, an image of a giant black sheep monster squashing a giant snake monster flashes in his mind, confirming his theory. This lamb is a high-tier boss that's way stronger than the local mobs. When it spawns, it triggers a buff that levels up all the dungeon monsters nearby. The Tiger Beast Guild got totally blindsided when the mobs suddenly leveled up on them, leaving them in deep trouble. This tier is just mind-blowing, dodging a critical stab. The skeleton guy, totally pissed off, swore as he thought about the grind, thinking that the only way to boost his gaze stat was by hunting monsters. Damn it, what the hell kind of class is this anyway? Grinding mobs is the lowest yield summoning method. Constant fighting just burns through a ton of supplies. Swinging his sword to parry the flaming blade, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed red as he figured out the real trick. The little lamb isn't the final goal of this quest. It's just representing its master to hand out the quest. Meanwhile, the majestic presence of the true master descended onto the imposing skull throne. The level 99 undead boss, the skeletal archmage, Veronica, flashed through his mind. He was secretly amazed, realizing she was the real quest giver. If a player can pull off quest, they won't just get gear and items. As the glowing image of a mysterious scroll popped up, he was hyped, totally sure that it would definitely drop the hidden undead class. Change scroll. That girl's luck is insane. A regular, the casual player squad wouldn't even stand a chance to take this quest. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Chen smoothly slipped past the deadly sword strikes, making the knight slash the dirt and curse in frustration. This guy's movement is way too slippery, totally cornered by an enemy moving like a damn ghost. The assassin yanked out a potion, chugged it, and roared, "Screw this. His movements are too freaky. It's like he's just playing with us. No choice. I've got to pop a buff potion. This raid is costing me way too much." The system immediately gave him a 20% buff to his stats. Even though the enemy was juicing up, Jiang Chen just glanced at his gaze meter, which shot up to 534 out of 1000, and ran the math. Looking at the scale of this camp, right now the lamb, those bastards have been in the valley for at least 1 week or more. Even though those tiger beasts grinding monsters to boost their gaze stat is super slow, they've probably almost maxed out their gaze meter by now. Seeing that dragging this out was a bad idea, the two elites charged forward desperately, screaming commands. With no time left to waste, they had to reach the core area. Whatever range skills you got, throw them all at us. Just do it. Instantly, the assassin froze, awkwardly looking at his teammate. But we don't have any range skills, making the knight absolutely lose his mind and yell, spitting everywhere, "You idiots. Fire, pots, throwing knives, poop bombs, whatever you've got, throw it all at him." Just as he was about to swing his sword to strike, the dark shadow of Jiang Chen flashed right through the raider. "Air." The knight yelled in a daze. "Hey, brat, where do you think you're going?" Hamp, his speed got way faster. He easily jumped right out of our encirclement. The armored skeleton grumbled, feeling the pinch. Tesk, popping a temporary stat boosting potion? Damn it. I wanted to save those evolution points for that level 3 Vice Guild leader, dragging the greatsword along the ground, leaving a long trail of sparks behind him. Jiang Chen resolved to speed up, unable to waste any more time here. Just as the tiger beast minions were slashing at him relentlessly, a cold, iron hand shot out, grabbing the virtual screen right out of thin air. The commander was still frantically waving his arms and screaming, "Don't just stand there. Throw all your skills and ranged attacks right here." The soldiers immediately obeyed, shouting in unison, beat him to death. And then they unleashed a torrential rain of firebombs, raining straight down on the target. Fierce pillars of fire erupted, along with thick smoke and dust blinding their vision. One soldier called out with a trembling voice, "Is he decided yet?" Nope, not a clue. Suddenly, right from the center of the explosion, the masked assassin, with his eyes tearing up in pure joy, cried out, "Cough, cough." I stabbed right through him. He's history. But then his gut told him something was seriously off. He muttered, "Huh?" and looked down at his dagger, which was pinned straight into an empty, deflated cloak fluttering in the wind. The assassin broke into a cold sweat, realizing in horror that he was totally screwed. At that exact moment, just when he thought his blade had hit the mark, a blinding bolt of lightning exploded out of nowhere. The system started spamming alerts that Jiang Chen's myriad lightning skill had evolved to level 10, while unlocking a brand new skill branch called Lightning Shield. Blasted backward by the electric shock, the assassin stared in utter shock at Jiang Chen's pale white frame underneath the cloak, screaming at the top of his lungs, "What the hell? Bones? You're not human?" Completely ignoring his enemy's ghost pale face, which looked like all the blood had been drained from it, Jiang Chen slowly turned his head, his hollow eye sockets flashing with a wicked, glowing red light. He dropped a bone-chilling line in a deep, icy voice, "Your turn." Crushed by the overwhelming killer intent, the assassin scrambled back in a panic, screaming desperately, "What the hell even are you?" Meanwhile, over at the edge of the cliff, Hua Ran was sweating bullets, shaking the shoulders of her little boss, Zhang Mengmeng, who was just sitting flat on the ground with her eyes shut tight, completely ignoring the endless stream of level-up notifications and experience points popping up over her head. The red-haired knight frantically yelled, "Hey, little rich girl, I'm totally losing my patience here." Hua Ran did her best to shake the limp body of the mage girl, her face flushing red with anger as she roared, "How long are you gonna pretend to be asleep? What the hell are you even trying to do? The Tiger Beast Guild is gonna send a massive crowd to hunt us down. Are you even listening?" Suddenly, a system notification popped up right over the little girl's head. "This player has disconnected." Staring at Truong Mon's blank, lifeless, zoned-out face, Hoa Niam's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down as she stammered in utter shock as she went offline. Seriously? The massive blow left the red-haired knight completely frozen. Her brain started working on 10 overdrive to make sense of this mess. She mumbled in pure panic. When the hell did she disconnect? If she's offline, then what on earth is up with that summoned beast out there? Glancing over at the wild black lightning, ripping apart everything, Hoa Niam gulped hard. A freaking insane thought popped into her head. Could this summon actually have its own mind? No way, that's impossible. But her train of thought was brutally cut short by a massive pillar of dark lightning crashing straight down from the sky, shaking the damn ground with insane force. Forced to shield her face from the violent blast of energy, Hoa Niem gritted her teeth and cursed. "Shit, what now?" she screamed in despair, peeking out from her hiding spot. What she saw was a total scene of carnage. Looking at the bodies of the Tiger Beast Guild, players scattered all over the place among the smoking wreckage, her eyes went wide with pure horror. Did that summon thing seriously slaughter all of them? Watching the armored skeleton casually stroll through the battlefield like he owned the place, Ho Un-Yiem tried to comfort herself with a totally desperate theory. Did that little rich girl command her summon to kill everyone right before she DC'd? No way. There is no way. A coincidence like that actually happened. But her survival instincts were screaming at her. Whatever she does, she'd better stay the hell away from that thing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Jiangthan didn't give a single crap about any of this. Ignoring the panicked look on his female teammate's face, the guy calmly picked up a glowing red dagger. The system info panel popped up, showing it was the bloodthirsty Rogue Swift Shadow Dagger, a level 15 weapon with a level 3 bleed effect. The skeleton stroked his chin thoughtfully. This gear again? His super memory skill instantly reminded him of his past grinding days when he was power leveling for cash and took an order specifically asking for this exact item. Looking at the corpse of the assassin he just wrecked, Jiang Chen smirked with pure mockery. No way it's a coincidence. And this was your order, you little punk? Before he could finish reminiscing, a furious scream ripped through the air, mixed with a series of loud, roaring thunderclaps. You had a part in my death too. A bunch of nearby players got electrocuted to a crisp, screaming out in sheer agony. Ah! In the distance, Hua Ran, dripping with sweat, groaned in utter panic. Is he trying to wipe out every last one of us? Clearing out the mob blocking his path, the system pinged, adding 120 evolution points. But the tempered skeleton didn't seem too happy with his haul. He lazily strolled past the pile of corpses, sighing and complaining about the waste. Just to deal with these losers. I ended up wasting so many evolution points. Annoyed, but remembering his main goal, Jiang Chen clicked his tongue and left. Urgent quest, got to get to the core area fast. As he walked, he raised his armored hand, which was glowing with magical light, staring at it with burning ambition. Once I finish this quest and help that girl unlock her hidden class, my own power upgrade will take a massive god tier leap. But speaking of that girl, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered a highly problematic issue, so he rubbed his skeletal chin, completely lost in thought over how to tackle this extremely difficult and tricky situation. Is a massive pain. But that dude has been away from keyboard for a hot minute now, and who knows when he'll finally get back online. Instantly, the absolute worst-case scenario flashed in his mind. After all, a disconnected player can always reconnect. But if she gets completely wrecked and killed while she's away from keyboard, everything goes down the drain. To solve this mess, our boy figured it's best to find someone reliable to babysit her for him. That way, he can lock in and focus entirely on the fight. Just as he was looking for a babysitter, a bright light bulb suddenly went off inside his hollow skull. Spotting the soul remnant floating up from the tiger beast soldier's corpse, Jiang Thon clapped his hands, instantly locking in the plan. Hell yeah. Without hesitating for even half a second, he spun on his heels, whipped his cloak, and took powerful, decisive steps towards the tightly shut tent. His bony hand decisively yanked open the curtain as he stepped inside. His hollow gaze locked right onto her utterly bewildered, startled face. Ah, squealed the red-haired knight. Hoa Nian. Our skeleton buddy nodded to himself in satisfaction, realizing he'd almost forgotten about her, casting a massive dark shadow with his glowing red sockets. As he closed in on the girl, Jiang Than coldly sized her up. She was definitely the perfect candidate for the job. On the flip side, getting cornered so suddenly made Hoa Nian panic and back away. Raising her shield to defend herself, she shrieked, "What on earth are you? Don't you dare come near me. No matter how insanely strong you are, I'm not some pushover you can just mess with." Trying to save some face, our tsundere girl kept up the threats with a choked up, shaky voice. "If you dare take another step, I'll leak everything about you to the rest of the tiger beasts." Seeing her puff up like a cat, getting its tail stepped on, Jiang Thon clicked his tongue, feeling a bit sorry for her. Looks like he'd scared her so bad, she was completely choked up. After all, it's not like everyone is some brainless meathead who just charges in blind. Having locked onto his prey, our savage MC reached out his armored skeletal hand and clamped it down on the shoulder of Craze, the night girl, giving orders in a deep voice. Perfect timing. If you want to pull off my plan, I'm actually short of one hand right now, so I should probably try my best to be a little gentler with her. Sensing that he was only holding her shoulder instead of unleashing a finishing move, Oa Niem slowly calmed her breathing. Wait, is it not attacking me? That's right, this summon. A brief memory of this giant skeleton suddenly came flooding back. How he didn't hesitate to throw his passing broad back to shield her from a brutal magic explosion. To protect her earlier flashed crystal clear. In her mind, flashbacks of him going absolutely wild. Spamming lightning to wipe out hordes of giant monsters just to clear an ink. Escape route kept popping up. Suddenly, Oa Niem finally saw the light. This whole time, he's been low-key protecting me. And the rich chick. Does he actually have his own consciousness? As the final puzzle piece just fell into place, the night girl's face instantly flushed red like a ripe tomato. Her eyes widened in ultimate embarrassment as she thought of a super spicy incident. Hold up, wait a minute. If he actually has his own consciousness, then, back when he shamelessly stripped off my gear while I was passed out, doesn't that mean? At that thought, Oa Niem quickly covered her face, which was already steaming and beet red, desperately trying to quiet her screaming maiden heart. Whew, calm down, just stay calm first. At least, he won't do anything to hurt me. While she was still trying to sweet-talk herself, a sudden rough tug made her stumble, letting out a dazed gasp. With his hostage firmly in his grasp, Jiang Chen dragged Oa Niem away, smugly plotting his next move. All right, she's pacified. Next up, I will need to make some preparations. Just stick to the game plan. Dragged away like some cheap cargo with zero mercy, Oa Niem was struggling with all her might while screaming helplessly, "Hey, you! Where the hell do you think you're taking me?" Damn it, I knew. I shouldn't have trusted this sketchy-ass crap. The moment the tent flap pulled back, a horrific scene unfolded. The entire massive camp of the Tiger Beast Guild was now completely swallowed up in a blazing sea of fire. Loud-ass explosions were going off, making the soldiers scream in absolute agony. Is this for real? But totally opposite from the Tiger Beast faction's panic. The solo players who were locked up in cages were now freed and absolutely losing their minds with joy. They were hugging each other, crying their eyes out, sobbing like babies, and choking up. This is too damn unreal. Who knew something this awesome could actually happen? Just for us. Low-life solo players, she actually went and single-handedly declared war on the entire Tiger Beast Guild camp. And the star of this insane fanboying was none other than Zhang Mengmeng. Though the hilarious truth was that she was fast asleep, nodding off like her connection just dropped, leaning lazily against her armor. Yet the crowd, this below, was still going wild, praising her like some god who just descended. She is the ultimate goddess of all us solo players in the valley. Heck yeah, she was the badass who saved us and drove back those Tiger Beast scumbags. One guy was swinging his sword around while crying like a river. Damn, thank God I met our goddess, or else this time I would have lost all my loot and my life, leaving absolutely nothing. Those Tiger Beast bastards actually dared to use dirty tricks, using kids to set up traps and lower our guard. All of this just to steal our in-game loot. How they could actually be sick enough to pull off this kind of dirty, trashy move. Standing up high, looking down at the crowd's favorite goddess whose head was slumped over, passed out dead drunk right next to him, Jiang Chen was half laughing and half crying as he rubbed his face and sighed. Man, I really did find the perfect scapegoat to take the fall for me. Right in the middle of the absolute chaos on the battlefield, a leader from the rogue player faction boldly scrambled onto a pile of wooden chests, holding up a completely empty Tiger Beast pouch, loudly shouting to get everyone's attention. Yo, listen up, brothers. The only reason the Tiger Beast Guild went through all this, a trouble to scheme and round you guys up, is for a sick and twisted reason. He waved his hand, pointing straight down at the open ground. His raspy voice full of rage as he exposed their plot. Their actual goal is definitely not just trying to strip you guys of some lousy gold coins and basic gear. The crowd below broke into a wild frenzy, screaming out, "Then what the hell is it for?" The rogue leader fired back, laying down every single word with pure steel. In reality, this whole dirty scheme is all for the priceless hidden quest of this valley, just so they could hog all the rewards for themselves. They've been going crazy, locking down all the info, and shamelessly robbing us of our supplies. This mind-blowing secret being dragged into, the light left every single player there, completely stunned, jaws dropping. What the? So that's how it is. A hidden quest? A hardcore grinder player drooled out in pure envy. Completing a hidden quest drops ultra-rare gear and insane items. This eye-opening revelation instantly snapped the rest of the crowd awake, making them roar in sheer rage. No wonder those tiger beast scum went to such ruthless, dirty extremes. Quickly seizing this golden opportunity, the clever Hoa Niem stepped up, taking a bold step forward to loudly play, along with the script. Damn right. The only reason we're here is because we accidentally stumbled upon the tiger beast's dirty little plan. So those bastards have been hunting them down like crazy. All the way here. The girl quickly analyzed the tactical situation for the hyped-up crowd, buzzing with excitement. But hey, listen up, everyone, right now. Their main force is totally distracted, busy grinding mobs in the core dungeon area. And thanks to that, the defense on the outer ring of this valley is weak as hell right now. Having laid out their only way out, the red-haired knight pumped up the crowd, shouting, "This is our absolute best shot to break through their lines and make a run for the safety of the main city." Her speech made a greedy solo player smack his lips and mumble, "Man, a once-in-a-lifetime hidden quest like this. How the hell can we just let it slip through our fingers? Puff, you kidding me? Broke solo players like us would never dare to mess with that notorious Beast Guild. We'd get absolutely wrecked. Plus, all our gear and backup items have been stripped clean anyway. We've got nothing left. What are we even gonna fight with?" Understanding the financial struggles of these broke players, Hoa Niem flashed a smirk. As for the loot, suddenly, a blinding magical glow burst from a pile of treasure chests and dozens of glowing crystals, making everyone shield their eyes in absolute shock. The generous female knight put her hands on her hips and proudly announced, "The giveaway? Chill out, guys. Right here, we have the entire stash of those beast bastards, including all their traps and tons of AoE damage items they've been hoarding all this time. If you guys want to survive and blast your way out of here safely, you're definitely gonna need these expensive toys to get the job done." And offer a free loot that sounded too good to be true, sweet-talked the crowd, and a buff, bald-headed guy gulped hard. Well, if our goddess is being this generous, then we ain't gonna be shy about it. Another solo player. The guy's eyes went wide, staring in shock at the pile of precious treasures glittering on the ground, cheering in sheer excitement. Holy shit, this is a vial of venom from the red flame snake, which can deal massive area of effect, magic damage. And this is the spider web of the demon face spider. With these babies, why the hell should I fear that tiger beast guild anymore? At the same time, the armored skeleton guy carrying the desolate little lady on his shoulders stood at a distance, watching the whole chaos unfold. His glowing red eye sockets narrowed smugly, thinking to himself, "Looks like the plan was a total success." But unfortunately, their movements seemed to have caught the attention of someone else. A black-clad assassin silently blended into the shadows, leaving the shouting soldier completely oblivious. "Who's next for a party? Do you want to go hunt tiger beasts too?" he screamed, completely unaware. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen sharply noticed that someone seemed to have smelled something fishy. Realizing things were about to spiral out of control, the skeleton decisively turned on his heel, muttering to urge Hua Ran, "We'd better leave a bit early. making her turn back, completely clueless. Huh? We're leaving. Already? Before leaving, she didn't forget to throw a spark to fuel the fire of the fired up solo players. Listen up. In a bit, the news about this camp being raided will definitely reach the Tiger Beast headquarters. Let's break through the encirclement together. The target is too big, so hurry up, grab some loot, and scatter to break out. Instantly, she got a thunderous roar of agreement. Hell yeah, let's kill those Tiger Beast bastards. After that, once the three of them had slipped into the dark corners of the forest, Hua ran, sighed in relief as she ran, saying, "Phew, hey, I did exactly what you said, and it looks like a total success. I never expected your relation. The goal was to use these solo players to go mess with the Tiger Beasts." Jiang Chen calmly explained the tactics. Hide a tree in the forest. That way, the Tiger Beasts won't suspect us anytime soon, won't notice her for a while. The red-haired knight blushed slightly and glanced at the little girl who was just chilling on the skeleton's shoulder, secretly amazed. Damn, this rich little brat is seriously devious. But what's even crazier is that even when the summoner goes totally offline, this summoned creature can actually still keep on carrying out its master's commands. And so Hoan Yim kept following the sturdy back in front of her, sighing over her own twisted fate. She didn't expect that dragging her into the party was part of her master plan too. Even though there's some risk, there's absolutely no turning back now. Screw that trash tier guild anyway, she didn't need them. Still, a creeping anxiety kept lingering in the knight's mind. She mumbled, doubting their chances of success. But can her plan to snatch the coffer dungeon raid really pull through? Before she could even finish, she fell behind, so far that she had to yell. Whoa, what's the rush? Why does it suddenly, ow, ow, ouch? Right then, a razor-sharp dagger plunged from the sky, aiming straight for Huan Yim's head. But Zhang Than was lightning fast, swinging his greatsword to parry the blow and save her life. Seeing their attack fail, the assassin flipped midair and landed gracefully on a branch, which made Huan Yim jump in panic, quickly taking a defensive stance and shouting, "Ambush! Show yourself!" But the mysterious figure just spoke with a cold, appreciative tone. "You actually blocked that? Not bad. Pretty impressive." Jiang Than's glowing red eyes locked right onto the enemy. The skeleton guy seriously sized up the threat. A shadow chaser. That's a class you get after the assassin's first job advancement. The requirements are insanely strict, so I can't let my guard down, he continued. To analyze, the enemy was slowly closing in. His level is super high, and his mechanics are way better than that assassin from earlier. The player who just got rescued, that killer guy. The black-hooded assassin calmly spills the tea. You guys don't actually give a crap about breaking through their lines, do you? With his sharp-ass eyes, the assassin steps closer, his eyes glowing a light blue, as he calls out their bait-and-switch scheme. First, you release those random solo players and tell them about the quest, even leaving behind all that juicy loot. You guys are trying to get those casuals to completely stir up and muddy the waters in the valley so you can sneak off and do something else. A shadow stalker stands tall, pointing his blade at the ground, dropping his savage deduction. Your real target is the hidden quest, and you've actually got a pretty clever way to sneak into the core area. Caught red-handed, Hoan Yim immediately raises her shield, popping her spear of the sanctuary. Defensive skill in a blinding flash, then angrily snaps to cover her tracks. Cut the crap with the wild guesses. We just want to escape from this valley. Besides, we literally just saved your life, and now you're coming at us? Plot twist. The assassin coldly lowers his weapon and drops an offer that leaves them all speechless. I'm coming with you guys. Hoa Niem gasps. What? He slowly continues. I don't give a damn about the quest. I only have one target. With his eyes burning with raw hatred, he grips his dagger tight against his chest, spitting out words thick with bloodlust. I want to kill Python. As long as I get to end his life with my own hands, you guys can use me however you want. Jiang Chen lets out a creepy smirk, showing his white teeth under his hood, his blood-red eyes flashing. As he says, so, we got a deal, or what? Yeah,